as we start today's adventure with the senior staff of Deep Space 17 getting off on a technicality upon their return in the Ranger, station life slowly starts to return to normal as a, well, new threat is on the horizon. As we start today's session off, we're going to go a little back in time here, and we're going to start opening with Garibaldi as you're looking into some things, correct?
I am. Well, I have my ongoing investigation into who in Starfleet is behind the mystery holographic person.
All right. I think your last note in the chat was you're going to, I think, look into a certain lieutenant that you recently encountered and what ship they belong to, correct?
That too. That is on my list, as well as repurposing all the listening devices I found on my ship.
So there's a couple ways you can do this. You can go through essentially figure out what ships are currently docked through the docking master, or tail the individual.
Well, I think going to the system records seems to be the logical first step, because I mean, Arif, for whatever silly reason, did make Garibaldi his second officer, so I should have access to all the records of ships that are coming and going. Should be fairly easy to backtrack to that and what ship our friend Lieutenant Kesson came off of.
Well, my question is, if you're going straight to the docking master, it's gonna be a different role. But if you're going to pull the records yourself, that's going to be more like an insight con roll to kind of dig through the information.
Cool.
So insight, if you're doing yourself, be insight con difficulty 2. If you're talking to Docking Master, it's going to be presence command difficulty 2.
That much difference between those two roles. I think Garibaldi would look through the system, through the computers himself, because if he does that, there's going to be fewer questions about why I'm asking.
Probably.
Well, then I would do this research. Probably from the computer terminal on my ship, since I've debugged my ship. I've debugged my office recently.
Then your ship can assist with computers on.
I wonder how sad that is.
Probably pretty sad. I don't think it has good stats.
That's probably one of its better combinations. All right, you said insight con difficulty 2. I'll give you a threat since there's no momentum.
Oh yeah, up to 5 threat.
Just hold on to it and, bank it the entire episode.
And never spend it. There's those. And Garibaldi.
No comp.
I was saying, no momentum.
Currently docked at the station is the USS Expedition, USS Ranger, USS Century, and the USS Artemis.
What ship did Lieutenant Kesson come off of?
It's technically not listed, and you currently do not have any momentum for the information spend to remember what docking port. Unless you wish to give me a threat.
Is it not there in the records?
The personnel wouldn't be listed. It's just listed what ships are docked here. So either you can go by conductive reasoning or remember which docking port you saw her come out of, which would be a momentum spent.
Which I don't have.
Right. I'll take a threat if you really want to give me a threat for that information.
No. Can I pull up her personnel file?
That is a separate role.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let you have the role at let's make this control security difficulty 2. It's assisted by your ship's computers plus security.
Oh, should be interesting. I'll give you your 6th threat just so I can activate bold. Maybe I'll get some momentum off of this. Ooh, maybe. How about that?
Hello.
A little momentum.
3 momentum gate. You find the file indicating a Lieutenant Azra Keeson. Current service record is classified along with her civilian record. Even her age is not listed. It just states a name and no photo.
About her current assignment.
It is not listed.
Who sealed it?
It's not listed.
Real.
It's almost as if she doesn't exist.
Yeah, she gotta have a file somewhere. Even if it's on an intelligence server somewhere. Is the file just not there, or is it sealed with a classification, right? Like
It's sealed with
yeah.
a classification rating that you do not have. So you can't even tell who sealed it.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen a computer file I haven't wanted to crack before. Let's see if I can. Garibaldi's going to see if he can break into that file.
Daring or control security, difficulty 7.
Some bitch. All right. Oh, that's my 1. Sorry. Code breaker trait to bring it to a 6.
Sure.
Infiltration of security systems is a focus.
I'll take security systems.
Okay. There are a few lines I will not cross to accomplish the mission for a value. And I think
Sure.
I have used that before to break into somebody's computer.
But if you're wanting to gain the determination, you need to recall the episode.
That's what I'm looking. Let's see. I used that once to break into Saklinga. That's not going to work. Intimidating, collecting captain. That's not work. No, looking at my. Why it's not taken. Oh. No.
Didn't it? Weren't you doing me a favor? Wasn't this when you broke into Star or tried to break into Starfleet Command?
Yeah, but I've already picked up a milestone on that. So, well, now here's one from 57337.8 shore leave. I used a few lines I won't cross to complete the mission value when I was breaking into the clinic on Trill's files and hiding the traces of my actions.
It's a stretch. I'll take it.
Okay. Mark there. No, that'll be my first callback on that one. All right, so that's going to be 2. The other 2 dice are going to cost me 5. So I am going to. Got bold. Ah, I'm going to spend all 3 momentum and give you 2 threat to get the rest of the dice for this.
Okay.
That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Reroll on the bold. 7.
Gain of momentum.
I am in.
I don't feel like typing this out to you, so I hope you're keeping notes on this part. The lieutenant in question, her parent on the as you crack the file, the security encryption. Her age is listed at 22 years of age. Currently, her assignment is USS Artemis. Current classification is at least in her duties is as first officer on board the Artemis. It listed parent. Her only parent listed is her father, Admiral Sammy Keeson. Mother is not listed. And surprisingly, you don't see a record of attending the academy. It's either been washed out or she never attended.
What about prior assignments? She's awfully young to be a first officer.
It's not listed.
No academy record, no prior assignments. When was she assigned to the Artemis? I mean, you don't have to come with a star date, maybe just
3 months
how long
ago. 3 months.
Any decorations? Current. I mean, she's a full lieutenant, so does her record just appear and suddenly she's a lieutenant, or is there record of her being an ensign or a Lieutenant JG somewhere?
Doesn't list her being an ensign or JG or anything like that. Now, it's not uncommon for Starfleet Academy graduates who went through command school to come out as a full lieutenant. But usually they don't get a command posting right away.
As Kirk would say, this is darn peculiar. It's almost. Do I get the impression this record has been not just classified but sterilized?
I cannot answer that.
All right. Well, that's what the player is feeling.
Yes.
No connection to Starfleet intelligence.
Yeah, Starfleet intelligence written all over it. You see little indications of assignments, but there's no record of the assignment. The whole file listed it reeks of Starfleet intelligence.
This is curiouser and curiouser. At least I got into it. What's the of course Garibaldi will make him a copy of what he found. Actually, Garibaldi's going to take notes on a pad of paper rather than actually then recording this to a data pad or anything that can be hacked. Her record's kind of a dead end. What is the Artemis? What would it take to look to find the Artemis's current assignment?
Reason con difficulty of 4, because I'm gonna spin that threat back at you.
Reason con. Ouch.
So yeah, 4 threat spend up the difficulty by 2.
Mm. You're gonna have to give you 2 of that threat back and this momentum to even make this possible. Probably not focused there though. Oof. Oh, it was a security roll here. I gotta let the complication stand. I don't have a reroll. Not only can I find the Artemis's current assignment, but apparently, well, I guess you're the GM. I'll let you decide what the complication is.
As
Like,
you're
yes, noted.
I'll let the and for what it's worth, your ship can assist with computers con, but I don't think it's gonna matter.
Well, I can always check to see if maybe I get a crit with the ship.
Yeah, but it's stiff 4.
I know, but the crit would let me squash the
No
complication.
No, it won't.
If I got 2 successes on a crit, right? Like that?
It's still 3. You're still short by 1. You don't gain any momentum to squash. You have to succeed in game. Yeah.
Sorry, brain fart.
It's okay.
At least I have the good feeling with only a crit.
I mean,
Sure.
you are. I mean, unless you want, you have determination still, because you gained 1. Try and re-roll.
Ah. What the heck? I wonder if I can call back to my risk taken. I don't think so. I don't think I have one about.
No.
Is this a risky thing or just another issue of me ignoring the lines?
This would be more like a take nothing of faith and verify anything type of rule.
Okay. Check. No. I have an Excel file with all my value spends on it. But I don't, in a quick look, I don't think there's anything that fits there. I will go ahead and do that to reroll 3, though.
Gain a momentum.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
As you go through the records and for the Artemis to verify its current assignment is currently not listed, and its previous assignment was, I would put it this way, the mission is very for what's the mission, like, you realize this ship is part of Starfleet intelligence. The ship itself, like, it was supposed to be on a training exercise, but no official training exercise for recovery operations. But it's not listed to where the recovery operations is at.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we know how. Now we know how Little Miss Sunshine and her security team got into the Calathian Expanse.
The ship is noted to be a Prometheus class starship.
Well, la-di-da. Those Prometheus class starships are interesting. All right, so this next one's going to suck for not having any determination, probably. I want to run a background check on the Admiral. I am probably chasing a red herring here, but
Admiral Keeson,
yes.
this is going to be a control security assisted by computer security, difficulty 6. And that's with your code breaker.
You anticipated that question, did you?
I did.
This license. No. I'm looking for a callback. No. 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 So listen device. He said no. Can't call back to the episode I'm in. Darn it. Oh, I'm gonna regret this, but I'm gonna do it for fun anyway. Will you take a negative value spend for either the take nothing on faith or the risk taken? And I understand that will give me an automatic complication.
So you're wanting determination for a complication.
Yeah, I'm asking for a negative value use. It's gonna be another one of those episodes where I do all the things.
It'll be on the base that there are a few lines I will not cross to accomplish the mission. I will give you the point of determination for a complication.
Okay. I need 5 more dice. I'm gonna regret this, but I'm doing all sorts of things I want to regret here. Security systems or infiltration is a focus.
Security systems.
All right. I'll give you 4 threat and this little momentum for the extra dice. Here we go. Are you kidding me? Not that this will matter, but wow.
So that's you're too short. It's security, by the way.
Yeah, let's go here. Oh my gosh.
You rolled. You still rolled reason con.
Reason con too. So
what's your control security?
My control security is 14.
All of those would have hit by 1. You would have had.
My God.
Yes, you had 2 14s and a 13.
How many momentum is that?
1, 2, 3, 4. 7, so 1 from the first. Since you did the reroll, I'll count the reroll and give you 2 momentum.
Hey. All right. What do I learn about the Admiral?
The Admiral, his age is 53. He is head of Starfleet counterintelligence. He ran covert operations for Starfleet intelligence prior to the Dominion War. Worked on counter Maquis missions in the late 2360s to the 2370s. Handled Romulan misinformation campaign in the 2360s. Operational director for special operations against Dominion and the Cardassians during the Dominion War. Served as chief of security on board the USS Artemis in 2359 to 2358. The USS Artemis at that time was a Constitution class starship destroyed in 2358 by the Cardassians during the Federation Cardassian War. All the rest of his information has literally been scrubbed.
Wow, surprise there. Let's see how I put this in the notes. Lots of spy stuff. I could not type that fast.
He is literally one shot away from Fleet Admiral rank.
Oh.
He is that high up.
And I just broke into his file. That probably won't come back to bite me in the rear end. Not at all. Ah, thank you, sir. All right, Garibaldi is going to shut down his computer terminal and do some thinking. I know that's rare for Garibaldi to think, but that's a lot of information to absorb.
All right. Meanwhile, we're going to head to Ops. Commander Arif, you pretty much on duty at this point. I will give you your few minutes of time as you're wishing to make, I guess, a personal call.
I do. Arif will, from his office, Arif will type a few things into his console and open a channel to the Nightingale.
Hello?
Nira, is everything okay with Pizarro?
Yes, she's her typical mischievous self.
Good. Here's the thing. What we talked about earlier, I know that I sent you copies of what we found in Calathian space, and I couldn't help but read the report that you sent about finding the sphere. And well, I have to say GQ's on to something new himself, and I can't help but feel that it's, well, all related.
Ah, dear. It's going to be London all over again, isn't it?
Oh, a little bit. Yes, I'm gonna, well, follow up on what GQ is working on, and I think I'm done. At least for a good long time. This is something that seems completely internal, and I'm sick of it.
Well, that's fine, I suppose. Ah, I mean, you're always welcome on board. Unless you're expecting me to retire as well. I'm a bit young for that.
We'll certainly get there. I'm sure that in a couple years, when you see the benefits and, well, the profound impact, that, well, finally leaving the wheel, as it were, and stop being a cop. What can I say? This is coming out badly.
Yes, considering I've already retired once. I've already been a cog in this wheel.
Well, either way, I'm gonna be sending you or forwarding you any more information that I come across. I just would prefer you didn't act on it.
She just kind of looks at him and says, right, so how much is this going to complicate me getting to Admiral again?
Uh, Probably not at all if you act on it. I mean, if you don't act on it. But that's that's next week's problem. Uh, I just wanted to let you know that well, more information would probably be on its way, and yeah, next time I come on board, maybe, well, I'll be in my regular clothes again.
Well, I'm. I would be glad to see you, dear, and I'm sure Cassandra would too. I'm sure it'll drive Jill mad, which will be quite funny to watch.
Oh, here's hoping. Um, oh, they are calling my son low. So, um,
Right, you're not bringing a rug-sized Garibaldi, are you, with you?
you know, he, I still have to talk to him about it. I'm not gonna open a bar again, but, well, it'd be nice to have a friend along for the ride. But,
Well, bring your rug. I'm sure he'll love laying in it.
well, my rug will go anywhere I go. But that being said, uh, take care of yourself out there and give my love to Kasar.
Yes. Wah, 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 wah.
And
Here, dear. Like,
I'm pretty sure that was fake. Arif is gonna murmur to himself, and kind of just get. You know what? It's Arif is troubled today. He's not gonna go back to work. He's gonna grab himself a. Let's go with a. Yeah, let's go with a good old chocolate chip muffin, and I'm just gonna head back to the desk and eat it, and pointedly not do work. Just when I wanted to not do work. Enter Admiral.
Commander.
What brings you to, well, I was hoping you'd take it light in light of your strenuous recent weeks, but what's up?
Currently holding a little banquet for Admiral Keeson and the Federation Council member currently on board the station. I'd like you to attend.
Do you think that's a good idea, Admiral, all things considered? After all, I think I made a good impression on the Admiral. However, the council member, well, have I don't believe I've met him. I don't know if he'd be friendly towards me, given the last couple weeks.
The council member is responsible for technically some of our budget here on the station for resource allocations to help continue repairing starships. Your voice might be influential.
Well, I don't know what all me can do, but I'll give it a shot. What time do you want me there, Admiral?
I'm trying to do military time in my head, and my head is killing me right now. 1900.
Of course.
1900 hours.
Um, Admiral, is it dress uniform?
If you wish to put on a good parade show, I maybe suggest that.
Very well. Um, just out of curiosity, simply because, do you think this council member, being a civilian, do you think I should wear a civilian suit instead?
You're a Starfleet officer. He would probably expect you to act like a Starfleet officer.
Oh, uh, that I can do, a reef will feebly attempt.
Very well. Carry on.
Um, and as the day appears to be getting worse and worse, even though the muffin's only half eaten, we're going for, we're gonna replicate a second one, while at least before someone else comes into my office.
You guys have time for a little bit of RP before we go over to the banquet.
Um, you know what? Where's Dr. Mountain at? Computer, locate Dr. M.
Please verify. No, Dr. M is currently serving at Deep Space 17.
Uh, Not you two, computer, extrapolate. Computer, locate Dr. Mountain.
Sick bay. Ward 4.
Is he currently engaged in any surgery?
No surgery is scheduled for today.
Yet. Or Reef will say slightly under his breath. And remembering, he'll say, "Thank you, computer." He'll grab the full muffin and start walking out before pausing, turning back, and reluctantly heading back to the desk and grabbing in his other hands the half muffin, and then heading out and going towards sick bay. And hey, walking through the door, his hands clear and empty. Well, perhaps the same can't be said about his mouth, as he, in a big gulp, gets rid of the last of it and knocks on the door to Mountain's office.
He's reading his screen and looks up. Oh, Arif, how are you today? Have a seat.
Thank you. Well, I'm hanging out, or I'm hanging in there, Doctor.
Hanging
I
out,
just
hanging in there. Good.
I just got shanghaied into the banquet later tonight for the council
Isn't
members.
that a city in on Earth, right?
Indeed, it's also an expression, an old figure of speech saying, taking a,
Very old.
yeah, well, I know the last couple,
Hoodwinked, I guess.
I'm sorry, say again?
Hoodwinked.
Uh,
Someone has
possibly.
decided to do something that you don't approve of. What would this thing be then? Retail.
Well, uh, I don't think I'd go so far as to say it was hoodwinked. I'd say that comes at the banquet. Um, but that's just simple expectations. Uh, I actually came by because, well, I know we've had a long couple weeks and I wanted to know how you're doing.
Glad to be of service.
Doctor,
Um, uh, surprisingly well. To be honest, I surprised myself by actually agreeing to go, and I'm surprised at being still at my desk right now. So everything else is good. Station's running proper. My team took care of the situations while I was away. Um, I'm hoping that we'll have a chance to discuss, more specifics about what happened. But and I have a story to tell you real quick too,
um,
which may or may not pertain to your Garibaldi's investigation. I guess I would presume.
well, Doctor, before you do, if it could, I'd rather you hold off until we're all present, uh, and
Sure.
perhaps in a in an area that's a little more verbally secure.
At Garibaldi's discretion,
Yes,
kind of the way of about himself.
but I'll certainly let him know that uh, you've got means for a conversation. I think if nothing else, that'll please him quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't like to be on his bad side.
Well, in all fairness, I'm not sure if the man truly does have a bad side. At least not one that I've been able to see yet. At
Well,
least not an all bad side.
I wouldn't say anyone is any full of anything, good or bad, as it were.
Well, you
Of
haven't
themselves,
met my
perhaps, in many cases.
you haven't
See
met
again?
my ex previous grandmother-in-law, doctor. You would not be saying that.
How could I have?
Oh, exactly. I'm just saying you would revise your opinion. Believe me, she was all bad.
Well, I've met a fair share of those folks many times at a distance, thankfully. But yeah, it's good to trust your own counsel, and it's good to have counsel with others.
Well, agreed. And quite frankly, hey, if surprise is the overwhelming emotion you feel after this, I think we should all be so lucky.
Well, I believe I was. I'm not going to say the word in what it in some circles could mean. I guess I'm not. I would say I was the victim of a crime of some sort by somebody who sent Faye at me and tried to, for some reason or not, persuade me to endear myself to them. And with the lack of information about her at all, and what continues to go on around, and why she's not anywhere near here now, there's a lot going on that I may or may not be involved in. It seems that I was the perpettee.
Well, that's you know, I've been trying to figure out how to describe it myself, and I've just been at least mentally thinking of it as the cluster.
Okay, so like a crystal structure
No,
or a star
well,
structure held together by gravity or bonds or whatever.
uh, Arif's gonna long stare at the doctor, just wondering if he's being serious.
I can't answer that because you didn't say it.
Um, hmm,
I don't even know the question, so I can't possibly
no,
respond.
that's certainly
But you
fair.
raise an eyebrow, I'm sure.
Um, I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, Doctor, are you in the middle of any critical work right now?
Right this moment, as the CMO of Starbase 17, yes, I certainly am doing important work. Would you like me to pause it and do something else at your request?
Only if it suits your pleasure, Doctor, but I
Oh,
was wondering if you wanted to play a game of Go.
game of Go. Perhaps we could schedule a time to get aboard. Do you have one already?
It's easy enough to make one. The only uh and Arif will kind of reluctantly stand as he says, the only thing that quite frankly gives me pause about that idea, Doc, is every time we schedule something, well, something always comes up.
Well, perhaps you should keep a pocket Go available so that we can play on the go, as it were.
What a wonderful idea. Uh, hold on a second. Um, and Arif is gonna go to the sickbay replicator and um, you know what? We have these things now. We should be able to make them in the future. Arif kind of wants to replicate two versions of uh the 24th century equivalent of the Apple Watch Series 8000. Just so he can play Go with friends with Dr. Mountain throughout the day.
Huh. Well, I'd play, but I want to make sure you keep that watch away from Quinix. You never know what scores may change, as it were,
uh,
or the
I'll
rules at
chuckle a
least.
bit at that. And I'll say, well, we'll see how good you are, Doctor. I might want to bring him the watch.
As you turn on
Wait,
the replicas, the watch fails to activate as it says unable to find service.
oh,
Oh,
hold on. We're gonna need an array to send some uh, signal to these devices. I wonder. Um, he fiddles with it a little bit and examines it to see what sort of frequency it might use. Why don't we actually just do it on a pad? And he brings up a computer, bring up a Go session between myself and Commander Arif, and put it on our pads.
Ah, very well, Doctor. And well, quite frankly, it probably looks better, the two of us fiddling with the pad throughout the day than our watches.
But I'll keep it and see if I can figure out the right signal.
Please do, because I'll be honest, it's been a few hundred years, and well, I kind of miss having one.
Yeah, I'll check in on it. Make sure to bring yours with you, though. He puts it on just because.
And Arif will put, well, Arif's leaving his with the doctor, but as Arif takes his pad, he looks at it and then looks at the doctor and looks at the pad again and says, "Why didn't we start doing this months and months ago?
You never asked.
I didn't think about it till now."
Huh. Well, I at least got you into noodles.
Well, the noodles are top choice, of course. I've
Yeah,
not
there was
gonna-
something to talk about anyway. The thing you were not hoodwinked, but otherwise not excited about. You never actually said what it was.
Oh, my apologies. Apparently the admiral and well, there is a council member that's somewhat.
Felix?
No, no, no. I'll Admiral Keeson, but
He's
um, apparently there is a bit of a gathering for both him and a council member who's visiting the station, who is in
oh
charge of
good.
our budget,
That should be
uh,
fun.
who's in charge of our budget review. So, you
Oh,
know,
fun. Sorry.
it's a typical meet and greet, shake and smile situation.
Yeah.
Admiral thought I'd somehow be good at that.
Well, you are the chief of the station.
I have to wear a dress uniform.
Well, at least you look good in your dress uniform. It could be a different situation for some folks.
Well, I appreciate that, Doctor, but it doesn't make it any more comfortable. However,
Oh well, I wouldn't dare to change your comfort though.
much obliged. However, duty calls, and well, for all of the times I hide around the corner for it, Arif's gonna hold up the pad and say, "I have this."
Yeah. Uh, start when you're ready.
Uh, and as Arif turns and thumbs a couple commands into the pad, um, the doctor would see that the first move has been taken as he walks out the door.
Doctor looks at the little watch thing for a couple minutes. It's powered, right? GM?
It's powered. It's just saying service unavailable.
Right. All right. So I'll do a quick check on that to see if I can get it to work right away. And if not, then I'll go back to what I was doing. So should I do a scan check or something? I'm
I
miming
will.
it in front of my microphone.
I'll put it this way: it's mostly software is the issue.
Oh, so it needs a specific signal. All right.
It's more like it
Um,
needs to connect to a service that no longer exists.
Right. Computer, can you simulate the software requirements of this device such that it will receive a signal between the two devices?
please define parameters.
I explain the parameters and the frequency that it's using. It's like a pretend server or Wi-Fi or whatever, Bluetooth or whatever the device uses, and create a signal between that and that, similar to how the computer talks to the pad, I guess, just in its own language. Trying to get it to work. I'll be clear.
Give me presence engineering difficulty 2.
Could I use experimental technology as a focus?
This is an experimental technology.
It is to me.
It's ancient technology to you, technically.
Archaeology. Okay, that's fair. That would be actually not a bad pick. Archaeological technology. I'm going to take one of those dice for momentum. For a dice.
You get it back, and eventually the computer is able to synthesize a way to use the station's computer core to simulate the proper service network, along with the operational frequencies that the device uses to function. And you have to go through the watch and create your essentially login information, blah blah blah. So
Excellent. Arif will be pleased. So computer, send a message at, he didn't say what time it was, at 20 to let him know that the device is available for him to use, and it's going to be on my desk. Mark. That's it, I guess. Basically, it's a way to interrupt ish, or maybe 1937. I don't know, something like that. Somewhere in between wherever you may be, so that you can get an excuse, I guess. Anyway, and he'll go back to his work. Actually, Mountain to Lieutenant Quinnix.
Wait, Sheriff.
Hey, would you like to have a conversation soon? I know about the one that Arif wants to have, and you, of course. But I'm talking about just a quick question, unless you're not busy right now.
Well, I'm in the middle of something, but if you want to come on down to my current residence, be more than happy to talk to you.
Sure. Where are you at?
On my ship.
Oh, right. I forgot which bay is that in again. I don't think I've really seen it that much.
It's in Document 94.
Oh, okay. All right, I'll find it. Sure. I'll be down in a little while.
Right.
Yeah, he picks up the the Go Pad, and he walks with it. And by the time he plays one round once just before he gets to Quinix, and then he puts it away. Knock knock.
Oh, yeah, come in.
I'm not looking. Okay, are you ready? All right. Hi. Is this a safe place to talk?
Why had you come down here?
That's what I thought. I don't have any
Everybody,
listening equipment on.
everybody points to a small collection of surveillance devices on a table. Goes, yeah, at least until somebody, whoever planted those, tries to replace them.
Huh. You mind if I look at one?
Be my guest.
He picks one up and examines it while they're talking. So a quick question. I didn't hear back from you about my question about Captain Morgan. Just wondering if you had heard anything. It seems. I mean, I was gonna ask him a favor, but it seems odd that he's not in New Zealand, and it doesn't even seem like they know you're supposed to be there. Thought that was odd.
Yeah. To be honest with you, Doc, I hadn't had a chance to look into it. You didn't give me any context for the inquiry, so
Yeah, I didn't have time, and I didn't have a long conversation chance either. The situation was dire, I guess, and I was grasping at straws, hoping the ambassador would be able to pull some strings, at least on his end. But it seems to have been a wash, and we'll discuss no more of it necessarily. Anyway, so yeah,
didn't.
sorry for not contexting you, I guess.
So you're saying he's not in New Zealand? Because didn't we put him there? Well,
He
we put him there.
was scheduled to be there in a rehabilitation scenario in which he would get the best medical care for his rash decision making and other situations that he may have. And I asked about them, and they had no recollection of him being there or having been there at all. So my question was for naught, and I thought that curious. But he's not my monkey. I know that. But at least I am aware of his, I guess, crimes, and I would agree with that for what he did. But I was just hoping to get a favor, and it didn't seem to work out. But I found a curiosity that you may or may not be interested in.
Well,
Other than that,
I find it disturbing because Captain Morgan was a little off. I find it a little disturbing that at least according to whoever you talk to, he was never at the penal colony in New Zealand.
that's from my recollection. Yeah.
Well, let's have a look real quick, see if we can figure out where he is. Garibaldi will attempt to pull up Captain Morgan's file.
Player aside, he's working on the Artemis. No, I don't know.
File not found.
All right. He'll go, everybody will go from a different route, and since it'll be all public record, he'll pull up the file from the court martial.
Captain Felix Morgan, sentenced to demotion to whatever it was, 5 years, New Zealand.
Was Captain Morgan's, excuse me, private? Where is Morgan's current location? Where is
Unknown.
his Where is his prison record?
Prison record not found.
Well, if it's the kind of people that we've been dealing with, you've been dealing with probably more, they have a way of making things disappear, as it were. It looked like Captain Morgan is one of them.
Is there anything about Morgan after the trial, or is it just like he just the record just disappears?
More like the record. You look through it, it looks like it's been purged from the system.
Well, looks like we got some factions going on.
That's what we
Somebody doesn't
need.
want to be found, and somebody doesn't want to say anything about it.
Well, what made you think to look for him, Doc?
I've been hanging around you for months and months. Of course, I'm going to be more suspicious of things. I must have heard something in his conversation or something, and it just felt odd to me that they didn't even hear of him. I'm like, I
No,
was
of
just
course, asking why you looked him up. What led you to look him up in the first place?
well, to be honest, grasping at straws. Uh, I successfully saved his life in surgery after the accident so that he could stand trial and could be court-martialed. And I did such a good job that he didn't become paralyzed or lose any use of his body or die, for that matter. And he gave the impression that he was thankful, at least in some way, even though he faced whatever he was facing.
So you were basically going ahead and making your prison connection just in case. That's not bad. Not bad thinking.
Well, I didn't consider that part of it, actually. You'd be surprised. I was thinking, well, he must know somebody somewhere because he might be able to help me not have such a harsh sentence, or he knows somebody in high places, and apparently he does because he's not on the grid anymore. Uh,
I'm not sure that
so,
he knows somebody in high places. Maybe he knows somebody in low places.
well, they are a mirror of themselves. So the ones that do stuff low dealing but are on high are no better than people who are low trying to be up high. It's
Well, things are certainly fishy.
still a fault uh, against others. That's kind of why we do laws to help as many as we can. And you know, I like order, but it's not necessary all the time. Sometimes you have to be uh, have a quick decision, life or death stuff. And sometimes you don't always make the best choices, but you make the necessary choices, which is why I came along with you guys. But really, the idea is, held accountable. It means something to a degree, even though I just got washed under the rug, as it were. But I'm not gonna be sad about that. But you know, he
Well,
killed
sometimes you do
innocent
the
people.
wrong thing for the right reason.
Yeah,
So I never really I was kind of surprised you came along with us, Doc.
I
Never
surprised
really
myself.
pictured you as the kind of guy that colors outside the lines.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest. I'm really good at what I do, and sometimes I have to make up my own rules and methods on the fly in a life and death situation. And thankful for my training, thankful for my comrades, thankful for my team, you included, to make it possible for me to do my job. And that's the most important part. So the Federation can continue to do its job, to do the right thing, even if you have to do it sideways sometimes. But still, he does deserve what he's supposed to get, and I'm not a big fan of him going off the grid, as it were. So, but I go outside the lines sometimes. I kind of have to make my own lines, but it's all for a good purpose.
So, and you find yourself in your line of work ignoring Starfleet policy on a regular basis, or even
Not
occasionally.
on purpose, no, but only well, not. I don't think I wouldn't phrase it like that. No, I wouldn't say I do that. I was doing
Yeah.
it for the right reason.
Well, most folks think they're doing what they're doing for the right reason. You and I, we broke a whole lot of Starfleet Federation regulation, Starfleet
Protocol.
regulation, Federation laws, but we were convinced we were doing the right thing.
It's true.
And I
True. I
imagine
mean, even
whoever is behind what's going on with the creation of Fae and other people's invasion of Calathian territory and everything else that's going on, I bet you behind all of that is someone who thinks they're doing the right thing.
what do you mean other Coathian intrusion?
You were with us. There was another Starfleet there
I
was a Starfleet intelligence
oh,
team
you went on the
in
away mission. Oh,
Calathian
okay.
territory.
Oh, you said you had met somebody. I didn't. I don't know. I don't think I got the full report on that one, but that's fine.
That
Um.
the leader of that team is on DS-17 right
Wow. Really? Okay. Who is it?
now. That's
He looks around and looks at the bugs again.
the first officer on the Artemis.
Oh, Artemis.
The Prometheus class starship that's docked over in Pylon 7.
Oh, I don't know. I don't keep an eye on that stuff. Sorry.
Huh? You're the
Maybe I
doctor.
should. So the Artemis and your ship and who else is docked? But they're on the Artemis, you said?
I mean, the Ranger's here, the Expedition is here.
Yeah, how is the Ranger doing these days? You got back up to ship shape?
I couldn't tell you. If that's Vogel, so it's technically her ship.
Yeah, I'll ask her later.
So I imagine at some point she's going to ask me for the new prefix codes.
Okay.
I keep waiting for her to ask.
Maybe
Either that or
they
the
do it
engineers.
without you. Can they do it? Could they do it without you? Just purge the system and restart.
Oh, I'm sure. I
It'd
mean,
take a long time.
I reprogrammed them without the original programmer. So I assume
Mhm.
someone could undo my work.
Fair enough. Give enough elbow grease, I guess. We got a lot of smart minds in Starfleet, that's for sure.
Well, certainly smarter than me. But
Well, you have your own specialties, so I wouldn't cut yourself short on that.
I would. This is a safe space, at least for the moment, and I will regularly scrub this space so that we can talk here. But
Great.
outside of my ship, I'd watch what you say, particularly with the Artemis in port.
Okay. Yeah, I try to keep a low profile if I can help it.
Probably a good
Yeah.
idea.
I'm good at this.
I appreciate you telling me about Captain Morgan or Lieutenant Morgan or Ensign Morgan or whatever they busted him down to.
I'll just call him by his name. But anyway, I wouldn't have a reason to bring it up with anybody, but you said there's a yeah, I would leave that to your department to find more information. I wouldn't go digging around in places I wouldn't know what to ask, you know.
No, I'm half tempted to just put up a flare, contact my supervised Starfleet intelligence, and see what they say.
Yeah. If they say skip it, then you kind of know more about who's in control of it. And if they say, "Oh my God, what's happening?" Then there you go.
Maybe I am
Yeah,
rubbing
you
off on you.
guess. See, you are rubbing off on me, and I don't think that's a bad thing. Hopefully, I've given you some pointers and from my own ideas. But we'll see. Just keep doing things for the right reasons, all right?
I always do what I do for the right reasons, Doc.
That's all I can ask.
I'm not a monster.
Certainly not. Anyway, thanks for the chat. Did you have any questions or thoughts for me before I head back to sick bay?
No, not really. Unless, I think I'll wait till Arif comes around. Do too much information sharing just so we don't have to repeat ourselves.
Yeah. Well, whenever he's ready for that meeting, we can do that. Well, I'm pretty sure. Well, actually, I have questions for you. How's Faye?
Oh, she's still down on the planet. She's doing fine. She hasn't made up her mind, as far as I know, about what she wants to do and where she wants to go.
Yeah.
But
I was talking to Arif about it a little bit, and it's basically, um, why? Why me? Why would I be a target for this? And you said also it was not just me necessarily because um, the child, the Trill, happens to be your species, happens to be your security, happens to be working in a Orion situation, which you hate. Um, Maybe you were targeted too for some reason.
I'm more interested in. My guess is that you've been working on something.
Not recently. I was just that one time. If that's what the question you want to ask.
Well, I mean, but that one time was right before Faye showed up.
Certainly could be related.
It'd be one more piece of a very, very confusing puzzle, Doc.
It would probably add to your confusion, especially its content. So I can save that until we have our four of us, as the commander suggested.
I think that's reasonable.
I think so too, but I just want to assuage you that I haven't been doing anything additional in any of that capacity since then. So I do have some notes that I could share.
But if it's
that
the only, if
is
it's the only
necessary.
thing of, if it's the only thing of note or special note that you worked on during that time, then that's got to be the thing.
It is your supposition, I would say yes. And lots of arrows are pointing that direction. But we have to remember that we are also from alternate timeline in a way, and
And
that
also keep in
has
mind that Faye was sent here. She told me she was sent here to protect you.
even so, yeah. So we could have somebody wanting to switch the timeline back the way it was, for that matter, having them win outright instead of just
Yeah, I'm
what we got going on right now, which is why we did the actions we did in some way. So
well, I think
we
that's
want
a
to
stretch.
repeat.
Hope. Unless what you were working on was temporal related.
Not directly, no. I mean,
Right. When
not
we get together with a
not specifically what I worked on. How about that?
well, let's
But
table
not
this until.
necessarily denying that supposition, only because I can't know.
All right. Well, let's table this conversation until the commanders can be with
I
us.
will answer all your questions as best as I can, just to put
Because
an air of trust between us all. And
I think we're both giving each other a headache talking in circles around stuff.
yep, I will talk to you next time then.
All right. Thanks for coming down, Doc.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I like your ship.
Ah, thank you. I've gotten most of the Orion smell out of it.
Well, good luck. I think
Thanks.
it lingers a little bit sometimes. Hey, do you mind if I take one of these? I don't want to use it. I just want to figure it out.
I mean, yeah, if you can figure something out. I was actually going to repurpose them, but
I'll bring it back.
unfortunately,
I
I
was
have a
gonna.
few.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check it out.
Yeah, go ahead. Maybe
Thanks.
your eyes will see something I miss.
Well, I have good imaging systems down there, so I have a lot of fine work I can work with. Some good tools the Federation has.
Just be careful because I kind of slipped up when I uninstalled them. So whoever planted them knows I found him.
Okay.
I don't want to put you in any danger, Doc.
I think I've already put myself in it already plenty of times. So as long as you're around, that'll be a good thing. Until later. He shakes the device at him and puts it in one of his side pockets and walks out of the room.
All right.
I'm going to fast forward to 1900 hours as Commander Reef. I'm using the conference room, but essentially it's been fitted, as a dining area.
Fortunately, in my dress uniform and everything, Arif will show up promptly.
Admiral Keller looks. Commander, thank you for joining us. Please have a seat.
Well, I mean, given when I found out the guest list, I don't think wild horses could keep me away. Admiral, ma'am, council, council member, sir. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name's Arif. I'm the commander of the station.
A pleasure to meet you, Commander Reef. I am Council Member Neoni.
Well, should I address you as council member or simply Naomi?
Council Member Neoni is fine.
Of course. How are you liking our little slice of paradise, our little home away from home?
A bit antiquated, but you are on the edge of Federation space.
Well, a great captain once said, just because something's old doesn't mean she's useless. I'm gonna steal his line. I think, just given our last year alone, despite her being antiquated, 17's been able to, well, make her mark so far, as it were.
I've read good things from the reports about your station. That's why I'm here, is hopefully, Admiral Keller has informed me of needs at the station as well as the ships operating out of this region, requesting for an increase in budget. What are your thoughts on the matter, Commander?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I think that the more we have to work with, the better we can do. I think a lot of the time, I think the past year has taken its toll on not just 17 or the Federation, but, well, pretty much everyone here, out here in this local area with, well, the situation in the expanse. And, well, I'd be lying if I said we weren't, or we haven't spent the majority of the time stretched a little thin. I do believe that given a little bit more to work with, we could, well, we could turn this slow bloom into a full blossom, as it were. I think this area of space could be quite important. But it's not what I think. What do you think?
The station is old, but still serves a purpose, yet Starbase Aegis is the forefront for a vast region of space, including your own. And it has requested a multitude of supplies in recent months, not only for its continued development, as well as for the vessels operating near it.
And are you trying to make the decision of us versus them? Or are you trying to simply, uh, Arif just gives a little bit of a shrug. What's the issue before your table?
Getting the proper allowance. See, resources are stretched thin, especially with the continuing support of rebuilding the Cardassian Union, which would require a reduction in allocation of supplies to the Cardassian Union for their rebuilding efforts to be placed in regions such as this.
I see. Well, there are indeed a lot of mouths to feed, and uh, well, far too few spoons. Um, I'm I'm not envious of your task.
So I ask again, Commander, what makes your station so special?
Well, uh, and I'll look to Admiral Keller, looking for permission to continue.
He gives a slight nod, but gives you the expression like, be gentle.
Um, looking back to the council member, I'll say, um, well, quite frankly, since we've um, well, been not gonna say came here willingly, but since we were catapulted here, I think 17 has quite frankly had a string of successes that are quite laudable. Uh, we've um, entered non-aggression pacts and treaties with a number of species that we hadn't even known 2 years ago. And while I'm not one to say that Cardassia or Starbase Aegis is um, unimportant, because they truly are. But I have to be honest, the wealth of resources that could help all of us are a lot closer to them than they are to here. If there's a surge of production, mind you, or if we encounter or if we start playing extra nice with the new species, suddenly a lot of those problems are alleviated, and well, we're we're still here. Uh Outside of Federation space with um well the only nearby help is what we can beg from our new friends. That's what I think. But I'd also, if you have the time and haven't been, would love to give you a full tour of the station to show you exactly what we've done with it in the time since we've been relocated.
That's not necessary, Commander. I've already been given the full tour by Admiral Keller. But thank you for your gracious offer.
That's unfortunate, Arif will say with a slight look of disappointment. Um, but then he'll look up and say, and I'll be honest, I'm biased. I'm biased. I'll look to the whole table. 17. I'm obviously the commander. Of course, I'm gonna push for 17. But to be honest, the station has really started to mean something to me. The people, not just the Starfleet officers, but the civilians that live here, uh, our new friends, the Kulathians, our new friends, the Vol, the
Vorkala.
Vorkula, thank you. Sorry. The Vorkula, uh, the particular houses that we've gotten close to, it's come to be kind of a microcosm of the Federation itself.
And I've heard rumors you've had quite an engagement with the Kuathians. What's your take on them?
Well, their their technology is advanced. There's no debating that. That is objective fact, certainly from our standpoint. Um, I think there is the councilman human.
Yeah, he's human.
Um, you know, I'll be honest with you, sir. Um, who they are as a people, they're bearing their aura, as it were. It's from an outside perspective, it's quite similar to your people, actually. They have a broad spectrum of who they choose to be. Um, However, their government style leans more towards uh, Klingon. However, that is appears to be changing. I I find them quite impressive, sir. In the same way that I, well, quite frankly, finds your people. I think that uh, within the next few centuries, I look forward to seeing the relationship that the two of you start building together.
And as the small talk continues, um, did dishes have been sort of like food has been presented. Um, a nice, steak and a variety of vegetables for the meal. Um, Seems like everyone's got sort of the same dish to a degree, but
Um, how's the admiral and his daughter been throughout this exchange?
insight command difficulty 2.
Um, all right. Would nonverbal communication?
Yes.
All right. Take a momentum, please, or I will spend a momentum. I have no rerolls.
You get the momentum back. She is relatively calm. He is definitely calm under the surface, but he is definitely reading the room, so to speak.
Very well. Gonna I'm gonna let him do that. My attention is supposed to be on the councilman, so that's where it shall be presented. Um, so do you reside on Earth, sir?
Well, of course.
Excellent. It's been a bit since I've gotten back, but I'm quite fond of it.
As am I, considering it is my home.
Indeed, my significant other actually owns a house in London. However, it's a bit rainy for me there, and well, I'll be honest, I have some bad memories in that house, so it doesn't really feel like home to me.
You should check out Southern California. I hear it's nice down there.
Uh, well, um, I've been there once or twice. Wasn't terrible. Wasn't my favorite. Wasn't terrible. Probably probably my favorite. Yeah, I think my favorite thing about your planet would be the Great Triangles. I mean, it's I'll be honest, not the most impressive looking uh building, but it it just true is truly magnificent. Um and they managed to build it remarkably fast, at least from my point of view.
Well, this has been an interesting conversation, but I must retire to my accommodations. I believe he looks to Admiral Keesing. I believe we are leaving in the morning. If you will excuse me.
Um, Arif will stand out of politeness and say, "Of course." And if you have any further questions, you know, my my comm system is always open. And he'll take a quick look at his pad, um, where he'll place another move for Dr. Mountain and say, "My schedule is there's nothing so pressing that it would overtake your time, sir."
Well, it may not be needed, but Admiral Keller, Commander Reef, I bid you good night. In terms for the budgets, I cannot promise much, but we'll see where things lie. As he exit the room and is being escorted out by security to his accommodations.
Um, The admiral and his daughter are still there, right?
Yes.
All right. Uh, turning turning to Keller, I'm gonna say slightly nervously, uh, did I do okay? And I'd like to kind of watch how the other two react from the corner of my eye.
Keller just kind of sighs like, "It's probably the best we're going to get is a slight increase."
Shrugging, I'll say, well, hey, it's better than nothing, and worst comes to worst, maybe since many of them spend so much time here, we can ask the Vorkala and the Kulathians to pitch in.
I think it might be a mistake to ask for foreign aid on our supply needs. But increasing trade might help with that.
Well, that's always a fun discussion, and I'll look to the admiral and his daughter. I'll say, I'll be honest, I economics treaties and trade talks are, well, more interesting than a lot of the other paperwork. So the two of you are heading out in the morning.
Yes, Keeson speaks up. Detour to 200 and we'll be boarding another vessel back to Seoul. At least for me and the council member.
Oh, well, that's a little unfortunate. I feel like we all didn't get the proper amount of schmoozing time.
The council member is a busy man.
Oh no, I meant the two of you.
Like I say, the council member is a busy man and my schedule is his schedule currently.
Guess that makes you a busy man too.
I'm just glad I had a chance to see my daughter. As she
Hey,
gives a brief smile.
hey, take it from me. There's nothing more important than family in this. Well, in this station, in this galaxy. Well, seeing as how it appears to be that time, I will be honest with you. This dress uniform is slightly uncomfortable, and I look forward to extracting myself from it. So, if the three of you, if I could beg your forgiveness, if I could take my leave.
No worries, Commander. I understand. And also, his daughter kind of stands up. If you don't mind, Father, I wish to excuse myself. I have things to prepare on the Artemis.
Oh, if I can take you to the transporter room if you'd like, after all. Uh, so many new and important people on the station in the last couple days, and well, I haven't had a chance to give any of them a tour, so allow me to show you our wonderful hallways,
If you desire.
such as duty. Gentlemen, Arif will say, looking at the admirals.
Don't mind us. I'm pretty sure we'll just catch up on old times and reminisce of the days gone by. Have a good night, Commander.
Be swell. And I'll I'll walk out of the door, wait for his daughter, and when the door closes, I'm gonna call, I don't know, one of the promenade shop owner. I'm gonna have some booze sent up to the admiral's conference room to help them reminisce.
Presence, command difficulty 2 to persuade one of the shop owners to. I will make it difficulty 1.
Uh, you know what? I'm feeling unlucky. Take one. Use one momentum. Oh, I rolled with the focus, by the way. I don't. Um.
What focus?
Uh. It was accidental, but would politics or persuasion?
I'll take persuasion. You gain 2 momentum, but there's a complication.
I gain 0 momentum because
Okay.
I will be.
Squashing. Okay.
Yep.
As you communicate with one of the local establishments, they get they order confused, and you quickly straighten it out. But it took a little extra time than you thought it would be to order some Solarian brandy to be delivered to the conference room.
Hey, better late than never. And looking a little relieved. Arif will look to his tour mate and say, "So, how do you fancy our station?"
Belongs in a museum.
Well, the same could be said about me.
She just raises an eyebrow.
Preferably an art museum and not history, but I'd understand either.
I meant no offense, Commander.
No, none taken, of course. However, well, Arif will kind of shrug a little bit and say, "I see you made it back well enough."
I don't know what you're talking about, Commander.
Okay. Uh, does do you envision the Artemis needing to birth the Deep Space 17 often in the upcoming future?
I wouldn't know. Our next operational is, well, capacity is babysitting duty.
The council member?
My father said so. I am not at liberty to divulge such information. You understand operational security and safety for a VIP.
Of course. After all, believe me, I get it. However, you don't seem to be quite enthralled or thrilled with the assignment.
Orders are orders, Commander. I tend to follow them.
Well, that's the sign of a perfect Starfleet officer. I Nope. This would appear to be the door to the transporter room, and our chief is pretty good most of the time, so I'm sure he'll get you sorted out. Uh, be safe in all your travels.
She stops the door and turns to you. Until next time, Commander. She extends her hand.
Um, you know what? I'm gonna ignore the hand, but raise my left arm and put it on her left shoulder and simply nod and say, until next time.
She kind of looks at the your hand.
Elorian custom.
And she quickly turns and does like sort of the Vulcan salute. Well, then perhaps something from another culture.
Why are you part Balkan?
No,
Okay.
merely, merely tell, merely showing another gesture.
Arif will shrug. And say, very well. Uh, safe, safe travels, Captain.
It's Lieutenant.
Ah, I must have.
She's in full dress uniform with the pips, Lieutenant Pips. So
I must have looked ahead to next month.
maybe in a few years.
Perhaps. And Arif is ready to be away from her. So he is going to smile, nod, and kind of abruptly turn and just start walking away.
She enters the transporter room and heads to her ship. With that, there'll be a scene change. Unless you guys are meeting to talk things out or something like that.
It might not be the worst idea to get everyone on the same page. Uh, Maybe get Vogel caught up a little bit. Meeting on the Orion Rasputin.
Meeting where?
Your beautiful ship.
Yeah, really got to give that ship a name.
The
You
Orion
could call it
Rasputin.
the Arif.
I thought it was Garibaldi's ship.
Well, that's what we call it. I think for fun we should
That's
call
a
it
good opportunity
the
then.
Babylon.
Yep.
Did you say the Garibaldi Jaguar?
No, I said we should call it the Babylon.
V. Babylon V.
The Ivanova.
Sarah, you got to miss all the fun Uh, Along with the admiral, there's a council member from the budgetary committee. Uh, I just came from dinner with him. Um, he seems apt to probably not extend our budget too much, but at least I don't think he's shutting down the station.
Small victories, I suppose.
That's good.
Um, what about the two of you?
Yeah. So how would you feel if I just told you that you, among your other dinner guests, you just shared a meal with the head of Starfleet counterintelligence,
Uh, Admiral Keeson or the council member?
Admiral Keeson, and his daughter, the 22-year-old lieutenant who is the current first officer of the Artemis?
Oh, I put money, or I put my chips on the fact that she'll be captain soon enough.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that her file's been sanitized.
That's a
Oh.
lot.
Um,
Good job.
I didn't do it.
You gathered the info. How could we? How could you tell us if we didn't know that you knew? You wouldn't brief us on falsehoods.
That admiral's a dangerous man.
And he's a guest on the station. Let's
And
hope he
he's leaving.
stays amenable.
Luckily enough, he's also leaving tomorrow with the council member.
Yeah, why?
You don't think it's suspicious that the four of us are sitting on a vessel that has all its bugs taken away? Supposedly?
Would you
Let's make this
prefer to
brief,
go to
I guess.
the Kulathian embassy?
Well, I don't know about the bugs in the Clothian embassy. I know where all the bugs on this ship were. I know where they are. Well, except for whatever the doctor did with the one I lent him.
Oops, it's still in my pocket.
Oh, I think short of the Kulathian embassy or, well, absconding with another starship, I think this is probably our best bet for a safe space to speak.
I agree. I haven't left.
So,
I haven't left the ship since I discovered these bugs. So no one's had a chance to install new ones yet.
We can tell by the smell.
Thanks.
Just giving you a hard time.
I like Eau de Orion, but at least I've gotten it down to a mild hint.
can I speak frankly with you, gentlemen and woman?
Please.
On a medical basis, this is quite a tragic situation that we found ourselves in. Not diminished by all the other things that have been going on, especially with the Kawathian. It's my niece. I can only know her as at the start, but she's not that. Faye. She's got somebody informed her, and medically speaking, created a human being and stuffed her brain with information that she learned very rapidly in her growth to become this person and still growing and who knows what. I barely saved her life because of the way that effects happened to show themselves. But what I'm saying is, this is an ethical dilemma we need to deal with somehow. Who's behind this? Is it this admiral? Is it Starfleet intelligence, or should we speak to them and say, "Holy crap, this is happening. Where can we stop it?" Where are we on this?
Well, that's why we're having this conversation, Doc. I think some of those answers, hopefully, if they don't present themselves by the end of it, we'll at least have a decent idea of what direction to look for them.
Great. Let's do that.
Well, I don't know how much I told you, but you remember before we left on our little excursion, uh,
Vaguely, yes.
I had discovered Faye wasn't. I had found the proof I needed to find to discover that Faye wasn't who she said she was. Put it all points out on her, tracked her down to one of the docking rings, and was confronted there by a hologram of all things. Um,
An EHS?
no, not an emergency medical hologram, a hologram of
Security hologram?
I
Something
don't
like
know,
that?
there's
Or a being or something.
no, it was a hologram with a portable holographic emitter. There's not much left of the hologram emitter. It's how I kept it from killing us. But whoever it was Faye's handler,
Wow.
or whatever it was Faye's handler.
Okay.
And that
Holographic.
individual attempted to kill Faye, which is why I brought her with us on the Ranger to keep her safe.
Okay.
That's why I've chosen to keep Faye hidden. Because while the
So-
four of us have been cleared of our actions in the plot, while on our trip to Kuath, whoever tried to kill Faye before we left is still out there.
Perhaps sending another hologram.
Well, I don't know.
Can we detect those holographic devices that are free acting because they have a hologram inside it?
That's beyond really
That's
beyond my
crazy.
engineering knowledge, Doc.
I should talk to the chief and see if he has anything about this.
We want to keep. We do want to keep. We'd like to keep this circle fairly small.
And while we're on the subject of ethical dilemmas, I know I did ask you to break one of your own yesterday, and
And harm none is what I oath.
I'm sorry I didn't catch that.
And harm none is my oath. That's what I swore as a doctor.
Yep.
That's what I got guided by the Federation, and it's
that's-
everyone involved. So that's where I was.
Okay. I was hoping that you would allow us some insight on what you've been working on and if it may perhaps relate to, well, what we are.
In as much as we know, the material I worked on for that brief time was compartmentalized, secretized, hidden away, and disavowed immediately upon completion. And that is the last that I had to do with it. I took some personal notes, and I took some ideas, but to recreate that whole process would take material, technology, and things that I don't have available to me.
But what
And
was
those-
it, Doctor?
Yes, what was the subject of it?
Well, I might have mentioned it. You might have even heard of it about a year ago, maybe, but I just got this whole idea that, this abhorrent thing, technology, is capable of anything given the right master. Master control, master focus. What is the intention of this object? And this object, and medically speaking, can change the very makeup of said biostructure encountered. And there are many, many types of technology. Even a simple phaser is, heating to the point of liquid at a body at high temperature, at high phaser. So what I'm saying, which is not related, just simply as an example, not related. However, there are technologies out there in the universe that we've discovered by happenstance and by force this technology, and I was hoping to find something good that it could be used for. Because the one thing they can do is help the biological structure in recreating itself simply by telling it to do so. And that key means that that exists somewhere in nature right now by itself without that technology, because it's a principle in biological functions that it could be possible. And if it's possible, it can be natural. And if it's natural, and since technology is natural, it becomes part of the universe. And that is why I was doing it, to help people, to heal faster, to be able to
Doctor,
take implants and become synchronized with them in positive forms. And that is why I did that.
Doctor,
Test.
So what was the nature of your work?
Regeneration.
Okay, and what was your part of the process? What did it involve?
I used my knowledge of medicine and technology and engineering to discover a way to utilize technology to make regeneration happen on purpose.
Technology, doctor.
All right, if it's just the four of us, then if it goes any further than this four, then I'm probably giving my life in your hands.
Doctor, you've
Right.
done that for the last 3 weeks straight.
Exactly, and it's why I'm here now telling you about it. As you may or may not know, in my past, I've had a troubled past. Not professionally, but in the line of duty. And I've seen the destruction and the use of said technology that I worked on to make this regeneration happen. It is a species discovered from far away, and you may know it by deed and action, if not by the principle of regeneration that I'm speaking. So that is the technology. If you'd like me to spell the four-letter word, I will.
Well, why don't you?
Borg.
And you said this started a year ago?
Whenever that last encounter was, it was about that time.
Okay,
I don't
Doc.
think
So
it could have anything to do with the current circumstance of people we know,
Well, the Nightingale.
unfortunate as they are.
The Nightingale just found a Borg sphere in a nebula not too far away. It was completely gutted, so I'm guessing that's where your research came from.
Well, maybe the specimens. Anyway,
you've
I'll
been
go into
working.
the details,
Ooh.
but if I could tell you, I would. I don't know that answer. But I presumed they were intelligence of some sort. But I couldn't resist the opportunity to see if it could work, and I've been proven right.
Looking
And
at
then
GQ,
I don't have it anymore.
Does that help?
I need to know who brought Borg technology on this station.
Doc?
I have a question because I think people are getting confused here.
Probably.
Are you referring to a certain individual that came on board where the doctor worked with her?
Did you ever read my redacted report? I also have another version that I gave to Prex,
You did?
basically giving the specifics of what it was. It's in your messages probably sometime, but it's probably at least a year ago. But it's when I was working with that secret agent lady, and they wanted me to work for them, and I declined, and they never came back to me, so I thought it was a one-off. But that was what we were working
You
on.
didn't give me the I have it. I found it. This was back in April, but
All right, so 6 months.
April 7th is when the message you sent me.
Okay. Well, whatever it was. Anyway. Like I said, I would give you that information if you wanted. But as far as your investigation of the person you saved on the Ranger, which you can't talk about, then
We can talk
whatever
about
you
it
want to
here.
talk about.
I'm pretty sure that's what they're they're asking you about, Dr. Mountain.
Yeah.
Is so.
It is. That's what I was talking. That was what I was explaining to them. The essence
that-
of that.
Doctor, you said regeneration. Is it
Basically, the idea is to use their nanite technology in a way, or at least their regeneration. What I really was interested in was the regeneration chambers and whether you could use that to influence without necessarily having to ingest or use or utilize the technology, which is inherently rotten and evil, you know? So I'm just saying there must be a way to use it ethically.
As I understand it, is it not simply a large battery charger for the things, the nanobots that run them?
You would think so.
I'm loath to think of that anything out of that particular collective could necessarily be used as healing.
Well, I haven't used it in quite some time, and to be honest, I'm afraid of whatever that was anyway.
what
I
was
wanna
it
hear from
here?
Sarah. I haven't heard from Sarah at all. What do you have to say about any of this? I'd like to hear your perspective about your sister.
What did you
What
learn, Doctor, in your research?
I learned that it was possible to use and utilize in a way that was helpful to if there's some sort of biological or technological interaction. It just made it possible to re-enhance cells or regenerate cells
Enhance and
to
regenerate.
be. And
Could
similarly,
what you learned, say not by itself, but could you adapt it to accelerate growth?
plausible.
Would there be trace? Would there be if that technology was used to accelerate growth, but without the nanites left in the bloodstream? Would there be signs of it
Possibly.
if you knew that was what
I
you were
wonder if
looking for?
I would. I don't have
Surely
any
you
of the
have
data.
some sort of signature of your work in there, Doctor.
Um, it's not like I stenciled something on somebody's cell or anything.
No, I mean not something intelligent, but if you accelerated the growth of someone's cells, would there be signs in the cellular structure of the accelerated growth? I don't know,
Well,
stretching.
that's basically how I detected Faye's injuries, her incapacity to breathe. Her lungs were not formed long enough. It is a very complicated system, and it and her. I don't want to talk medical stuff because confidentiality, but it pertains to a little degree. Her insides weren't working properly, so
Right.
a fair indication that that's true. Some sort of regenerative possible, but yes, maybe, but I don't know. I
Do
don't
you
see
have
any.
enough? Do you have enough of
Well,
your
why
original?
me? Why would I need to try to entice me off the station and try to do that? I don't know. That's weird. To try to help them more. I don't know.
What I'm thinking, Doctor, is what if you helped design whatever process they used to create Faye?
Do you blame Heisenberg for every atomic explosion?
I'm not blaming you, Doctor. I'm trying to draw connections.
No, I'm just questioning that. Not cause it, not to accept that either. I understand what you mean, but
Trying to draw
what I'm saying,
connections between
there may
whoever
be
was
a plausible
brought that
connection. Yes.
board technology,
To what
and
end would be difficult to explain.
because they created a pretty good spy in Faye. Right? That hologram lady should have killed me. The only reason she didn't kill me was because Faye finished off that holo emitter before she could. Faye's a damn good shot. Certainly better than a 3-year-old ought to be.
Exactly.
So I'm wondering if whoever these shadowy people are that are behind whatever the heck's going on, they may have used you to further their agenda, and Faye might be the proof of that. That's why I'm asking you if it's possible to find traces of your work in Faye's genetic structure, because if you do, then
Well,
perhaps that verifies or provides some evidence towards my hypothesis. That's why I'm asking the questions, not to lay some sort of blame or guilt trip on you, Doc.
oh
I'm
no, I'm not.
trying to piece together what the hell's going on.
No, that's fair. I'm not. I wasn't to blame. Maybe that was a false word to use. I meant more in the sense of I, in a way, was a genesis for this to be possible. Whether my genesis or anybody else's or the combined effort of such genesises to make such a new being is possible, of course. It may be
So,
mine, it may be anybody's. I do have, or did have, I will say, records of her scans to help me with my surgeries. And
okay.
I never looked for a marker that might be my own in her structure at all. It wouldn't, it wouldn't even be conceivable to be that my first reaction.
Well, that makes sense, Doc, but I'm asking you, can you look now?
Yes, I could
I
go
mean,
down
not
to
this moment.
Coathian embassy on the planet and talk to her myself and give
Well,
her a scan
if you've
and
got
find
those
out
little
what I find
scans,
out.
can you examine that from the scans you've got?
I don't have any other information from my previous work. This is like looking for my handiwork, as it were. I mean, I wasn't trying to serialize anything, or so I can't know necessarily whether it was quote quote part of my work unless I see the records one way or the other. I'd have to see, how they took the information that I discovered, which was brief. What was it, a day maybe, and some breakthroughs, and then that was it. They wanted me to stay on. I chose not to. I wanted to stay here with my crew, and
So
that was the last of it. From what I
the initial research you did with the Borg technology, you did turn over to somebody, if I'm hearing this.
yes, that is correct. Yeah, they took all the records. We had an isolated place on the station, as far as I remember, and they took all the information from that source, and that was it. And all I have is records of what I had done and sort of things, but nothing specific that I'd have to recreate it with unavailable samples, and I wouldn't want to start it up again anyway.
Do
So
you do you happen to know who they are, Doctor? A name? Maybe a face
I'm
that GQ could search?
the last thing I had a way to contact them, um, but I haven't sent anything for quite a while. So, and neither nor. Um, so yeah, I don't know who they were. I'd have to go back to my notes to even remember who she was, but she apparently was persuasive enough, and I was interested enough in the subject to be fooled into doing this, I guess. But I did do it of my own volition. But I do believe it's possible to help everyone with that.
Doctor, I do put stock in GQ's opinion that A leads to B, and that perhaps an end result of the research that you were part of led to Faye. Would it be at all possible for you to release your notes to Garibaldi so he might be able to take a different look at them and see something that could possibly, well, lead us closer to who these people are?
Sure.
I mean, okay, but I'm not even half the doctor that the mountain is.
You've had
Just-
medical training. It's the principles are clear, but any regenerative thing
My
could
interest is
it could affect any cell, plant life or otherwise.
well,
Um,
my interest is a little bit less in the technology and the application at the moment versus who is using it and creating it.
Do you still have a way to contact those people?
Possibly.
Where's the uncertainty?
I could ask for a job, is what the answer would be.
But you have a way to reach them. Send them a message.
Well, last time I knew, I had a bit of information that could, I think, contact her, but I might be wrong. It's been a while. But I will give you what I have. But like I said, if this gets out to them, then if I start looking for it, then they might come back to haunt me, and it may have already. I don't know. But
Which
either way, we have to help them. They don't know what they're doing. They're just told what to do or taught somehow.
I was just thinking maybe and
That's not inherent in
can weigh in,
regeneration.
but I was thinking maybe doctor, you come up with a we can come up with a reason. You can try your method for contacting them, and perhaps you can trace the communication.
We'll just do what you must, and I'll try to contact. But
and
you know,
in the interest of full disclosure, GQ, I know you're interested in keeping this circle as closed as possible, and I couldn't agree fully, or more fully. But I'd like you all to know that the information we've gathered and are gathering, I'm going to be sending it out to a safe source. She won't do anything with it, but in case our copies get tainted, I'd like it not simply in our hands.
Oh, I understand. I actually started writing things down.
Wow.
With
That is
everything going on, who could we possibly trust nowadays?
Keller seems above board.
Not if he's friends with Admiral Kesson.
Well,
it's the
he might not know everything about him.
I think GQ was right last time we spoke to leave Keller out of it, if for no other reason than his own safety and divided loyalties. Uh, in truth, it's the captain of the Nightingale and someone who I trust absolutely.
word spreads, and now then it will be out in space instead of on the station. Not saying that she wouldn't say anything, but
Doctor, it's quite frankly, I worry more that you'll say something than she will.
I've been learning my lessons these days.
Well, I don't know, Arif. I mean, she's the reason I know about your secret stash of booze in your office.
Yeah, this is different, Rug Boy. This is important.
I'm not going to live that down, am I, boss?
No. No. And I live a long time, GQ.
That's okay. Clinics will have to deal with it for the next couple 100 years, but I'll be long gone.
Oh, part of you will remain.
That's okay. When we buy the bar, Quinix is going to be the one on the lease, right along with you. I'll see which one of you two outlives the other.
Uh, Chuckling at that, I'll say, I will be sad when the race is finally over. I will be sad for a
Well,
long time afterwards.
what do you think of my plan to let the doc reach out to his contacts and try to trace the communication?
Maybe next time when you get your determination back.
I'm always determined, Doc.
I hear you.
I mean, understand, Doc. You'd pretty much be bait.
I'm aware.
You comfortable with that, Doc?
Not entirely, no, but I understand why. Um, Let me think. If we say that your A to B directly leads to a 3-year-old or so, then my 1 year ago thing could not have been. It may have been pivotal. I don't know these things.
I really don't know
I
either,
think,
Doc.
right. So it's a supposition to assume that anything that has to do with Faye or anything to do with those people,
But it's a lead.
um, but is a lead that, yeah, we'll see.
I guess the real question is, are you willing, Doc?
Good question.
I thought it was a good question. I'd like to hear a good
Yeah,
answer.
yeah, I hear you there. Sarah, I have barely heard anything from you. I'd like to know what you're thinking. I need guidance too.
I'm just trying to draw conclusions like Garibaldi is.
Sure.
It seems a lot deeper than we think it is.
So my question is, supposing that this location is safe, you plan to give this information and anything else I say or you guys say or figure out, whatever way it ends up being, to the captain of a starship. Great. Didn't we just have a run in with a starship that shall not be named? This is so frustrating sometimes.
Doctor, allow me to take a stab at this one. I've been at this a while, and well, even from uh, before the Federation existed, these things crop up every 20 to 50 years pretty regularly. In well, a lot of established governments and empires. The fact of the matter is, I don't think anyone on this ship has any intention of ratting you out, as it were, because, well, quite frankly, we need you. You are potentially one of the 4 people that any of us know that could potentially affect this situation. We're not going to do anything to jeopardize that. We're going to protect you.
Great. That's good to hear.
And what it really comes down to, and what you need to decide, which we can't advise you on, you simply have your experience to, is whether or not you trust the 3 of us. And if you do, you know, every decision we make is going to be to look uh, at our best interest and the best interests of the Federation. We're going to factor that in. And you're going to be involved with those decisions. All for one, or, all for none.
Are you sure that's the way that phrase goes, boss?
Something like that. It was. That's probably a better version, anyways. But am I wrong, GQ? Am I wrong, Sarah?
I just think the doctor might be correct that we should try to keep this with as few people knowing about it as possible.
That
Loose lips sink ships, as it were.
and that we can be in total agreement on.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Admiral Kesson was the one that sealed those records of the Ranger.
Keenan or Keller?
Keenan Kesson, the one whose daughter is was leading a secure an intelligence squad in there. I wonder if he sealed the Rangers record so that no one could find out, could get our logs showing that his daughter was there.
Well, it's a good thing we have multiple copies of that too.
What were they in Coathian space for?
I don't think we ever found out.
The ambassador would have any information on that.
If the ambassador knew, of course.
Well, I told the Empress every step of the way. Perhaps even if he doesn't know, he could shed some light on the subject.
Of course, now that we're back and the hearings are all over, and there's no secret that it's no secret where we went, I could just call my supervisor at Starfleet Intelligence and play dumb and ask them and say, "Hey, I ran into another intelligence team in Coathian space."
Can I give you guys some information? Prax gave me a clarification, and I'm just gonna share it. Is that all right?
Please.
GM, is that all right if I use that specific? Oh, sure.
I figured you were misremembering certain things, and I try to clarify why
I'm
you were
sure I
speaking.
was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't worry, Doc. I do it all the time. Sometimes there's 2 year games that happen prior, between events.
Well, that's horse's mouth material, so there you go. No, so to speak, sir.
Interesting. I'd say this doesn't swing the compass very far away, as it were.
Nanites don't go away. She didn't have any. If that's what you're supposing.
Some
I'm
might
not
go away, but
sure.
they can be removed. When they
For-
removed the card,
They were, and
I guess.
from all reports, a number of drones were found in the nebula, and they had theirs removed as well. So
Sure. Be that as it may. That's what the new information is.
curiouser and curiouser.
Wasn't there one discovered recently? Somebody mentioned that, didn't they?
A Borg sphere?
Oh, sphere. That's not a cube.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, yes, doctor.
Okay.
Okay. Are we ready to move along?
I think so.
Think so.
Did I
I'm a
clear,
little
at least
bad.
clear it up?
Yes. So kind of all characters know mostly all things, and onward
We
we
now
go
know
in the
things.
circle.
Sarah, did you want to tell me about your sister?
So we're gonna skip over like the free RP right now because there's still a lot to get through, and we're almost 3 hours into the session.
All right, let's go.
Okay. So as you guys head off to your back to your quarters, going to continue with Garibaldi here. Garibaldi, you head to your quarters. And as you enter your quarters, you notice the room is doesn't respond to the appropriate like automation when you enter it. Like the room is dark. It's hard to see.
So I'm going to pull a phase with my right hand and hit the manual light switch with my left.
Doing so, you see a man wearing a black suit sitting at on your couch. Garibaldi, good evening.
Well, that depends on why you're in my quarters, Garibaldi says. He increases the power setting on the phaser. And who you are.
My name is irrelevant. As for the phaser, you won't need it. I'm not here to do you harm.
Maybe I mean to do you harm. He'll click the phaser level power level up again and smile innocently. What can I do for you, Mr. Innocent, Mr. Irrelevant?
How far do you plan to go on this hunt?
All the way to the end.
No matter the cost?
Look, the thing I'm hunting for seems to be some sort of illness inside of Starfleet. Contrary to popular opinion, I am loyal to Starfleet. And there are very few lines I won't cross to accomplish to protect Starfleet. Garibaldi notches the power level on the phaser up again.
As he stands up and walks, I think the pad on your desk will shed some light.
Just because he has experience of saying, everybody's going to look for a portable holometer.
On the guy?
Yeah.
Inside security diff 1?
I'll just roll it flat. This is just a hunch.
Gain of momentum. There is no portable emitter on him. They're fairly bulky, so.
You sure you don't want to tell me who you are? Because if you're irrelevant, then it won't matter if I shoot you.
Well, I've died once before.
I mean, from a certain point of view, I've died 7 times. 8 times? So what's on the pad?
A piece of the puzzle that you're trying to solve.
Well, it's not like I can take my eyes off of you. I mean, I got an intruder in my quarters. I really ought to be calling security. Sure,
For
you
the
just wanna
sake of my involvement, that would be unwise.
have-
If you wish to have continued cooperation with me, keep this between us.
Sure. I'll do that. How'd you get in my quarters? I got pretty good locks.
Oh, we're cut from the same cloth. I'm just better at it.
Maybe. Yeah, everybody will fight and kind of pick up the pad with his free hand. He's still keeping the phaser trained on the guy. He'll attempt to glance at it fairly quickly.
You know, I'm going to give you like an insight security difficulty 3 to sort of keep an eye on him and try to read what's on the pad.
I give you 2 threat and the momentum, just for the entertainment. Reroll 1. There we go. Uh-huh. Which side of this project you fall on? Pro or con, Mr. Irrelevant?
Doesn't matter. But we have a common enemy. Our enemy.
Is that maybe better?
Now, I've given you a taste. I'd like to know how far along you are. Have a little arrangement between the two of us of information sharing.
I have a feeling I know how they did it. And what do you know about this Dr. Sartre?
She is a geneticist along with a brilliant nano engineer. Or her, well, expertise lied in trying to reverse engineer Borg technology to perform advanced medical procedures without the use of a scalpel to help heal those injured severely in combat or otherwise other misfortunes.
So for rapid regeneration of cells and whatnot.
To a degree, yes.
And if you could rapidly grow cells, perhaps you could just grow new people, which is what it looks like she's suggesting here with this Project Janus.
A lot of people died in the Dominion War,
Yeah.
along
you know
with
what
her
usually
late husband.
You know what also happens after wars? Usually baby booms. Soldiers come home.
That and, well, Recruitment is down in Starfleet. Mr. Garibaldi.
I mean, programs like what she's suggesting here, they're a quick solution, as long as someone you trust is doing the programming. Because if you're going to create somebody and raise them up awful quick, you got to train them awful quick too. So maybe you train them to be loyal to Starfleet, and maybe that works. But if they're loyal to an individual rather than the ideal, they become a danger. And this project becomes a threat to freedom everywhere.
Or it could be used to be elsewhere. Threaten Starfleet within and the Federation.
Well, that's why I'm investigating. Because this sort of thing is dangerous. And probably illegal. I mean, if you can do this, what's to stop somebody from creating another con?
Smirks a little. In my line of work, we often bend the rules. Something I'm sure you're familiar with.
I'll neither confirm nor deny that. But there's a difference between bending rules and breaking rules. So I'm going to get to the bottom of this. And I'm going to drag it kicking and streaming into the light. It's the first hint that something like this is unethical is the very fact that they're hiding it. These people know it's wrong, or they wouldn't be hiding it. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Irrelevant?
Nods. Though more than a proposal for a project that doesn't exist is a little hard, is not proof enough. Otherwise, this would all been shut down long ago.
Well, I wouldn't say the project doesn't exist.
Not on paper.
Well, they'd be a fool to write it down. But maybe you should look into recent thefts of genetic material on Trill.
Referring to the one Captain Prax, along with 17 other individuals on Trill. Not to mention the 50 from Bajor, the 127 on Earth.
Those, yes.
Already have. And not a single trace on who did it.
Yeah, well, I had a lead, but somebody killed the lead before they had a chance to talk. That wasn't you, by the way, was it?
We would not be having this conversation if it was.
See, that's the funny thing is, why'd they let me live? Because the sniper that killed the man I was about to interrogate could have very easily gotten me.
Probably
and then there's
would have
the
been too much paperwork.
Huh?
Probably left too much of a trail. They killed you then and there.
How much paperwork does it take to seal the records of a stolen starship?
A lot. And you're welcome.
Thank you.
And he points up to looks like some sort of imaging device. Excuse me, I have to go. We'll be in touch. And he vanishes.
Oh hell! Is there a hologram projector on my ceiling?
There is.
Well, I'll be buggered. Now I have something new to look for on my ship. Oh look, and the lights come back on. By the way, Garibaldi now sleeps with a phaser under his pillow and a knife in his boot. I don't know. The knife in the boot thing might be uncomfortable for sleeping.
So would the boots while sleeping.
Oh, sure. That's why the knife would be uncomfortable. Garibaldi's is probably not going to get a lot of sleep tonight. Largely because there's a part of him that agrees with Dr. Sartre. Just a small little part.
Yeah. As we start the next day rolls around. Um Everyone heads up for their their morning station as we go over to ops. Oh, Commander Vogel, I was hoping to have a minute of your time. Certain individual.
First, I gotta remember who this is.
The JAG officer that questioned you in the quarters that was assigned to you while you were sort of in confinement.
Come to levy more charges on us?
Well, I can't charge you with the same crime. I wanted to apologize. Didn't mean to come across so brazen.
Look, I get it. You're trying to do your job. You're trying to win cases. I get it.
Well, it's kind of you to say, Commander Vogel. I was honestly here to ask you if you wouldn't mind joining me for dinner this evening to sort of make up for my, actions.
Well, I do suppose it's the least you can do.
Perfect. Diplomat's restaurant on the Russian enclosure, say 19-30 hours.
I know the one. See you there.
Perfect. Well, if excuse me, I have a got to talk with the admiral. I'm trying to actually remember her name. Burke. That's right. She weeks and goes, already back
What?
2 days and nothing. Nothing at all.
The way I figured, that man tried to put me in prison for years. Least he can do is buy me dinner.
And she just kind of smiles as she continues working on her console, not saying a word.
Report?
Multiple warp signatures inbound.
Can you identify them?
Klingon vessels. There's 17 of them.
Are they transmitting a friendly call
Nothing
sign?
yet.
Hail them.
No response.
Klingon vessels, sir. A whole lot of them.
Hey, can someone... we know it's red alert by now. Can someone turn off that siren, please?
Vogel turned it off.
Much obliged. At least on ops. Well, from what I saw, you did things no differently than I would have. What you got to tell you about this? You think they're coming for us, or...
It's not every day that a whole contingent of Klingon warships approaches.
What's their E ETA?
Checks the console. About 30 minutes out.
Well, is our ambassador on the station?
That was my next thought, Commander.
Well, why don't you've got a good relationship with him? Why don't you spearhead that? I'll keep an eye on the situation, and oh, just out of curiosity, I might ask the Kuathian ambassador how many ships he's got nearby. And I'll actually look at Burke and I'll say, have the Ranger staffed and prepped, but let's not have it launched yet. Just get it ready to at a moment's notice.
Aye, sir. Lane kind of turns over. Incoming communication.
From
The Klingon vessels, sir.
with an eyebrow raised, I'll look to Sarah and say, "Well, you usually seem pretty good with Klingons. Do you want to take this one, or shall I?"
I'll venture to give it a go, sir.
Well, kapla. And Arif will move back towards the refreshment table and lean against the wall out of view.
You said they're hailing, GM?
Yes.
On screen.
On screen appears a very static image. This is Captain Kodra of House Mordecai. We're requesting permission to dock. We have several wounded, as well as our vessels are damaged.
Mordecai is Ambassador's house, right?
Yes. Apologies.
Understood. Understood. Klingon vessel will clear some space. We'll have medical standing by.
Kapla. And the communications cut.
Burke informed the ambassador that several of his warships are coming back badly damaged and multiple injuries.
Belay that, Burke. I'm gonna walk up and say, Sarah, I can take care of the logistics. Why don't you inform the ambassador and maybe see if you can get any information he might have on what they were doing.
Understood, sir. And I'll head to the ambassador.
I'll do logistics.
You head to the Klingon, essentially the wing. And as you're approaching, like entering the essentially embassy, the ambassador, along with several members of his guard, he kind of stops as he's getting ready to exit. Commander Vogel.
Ambassador?
I have just received communication from my son that several of our vessels have been damaged in battle. I am on my way to greet him.
Yes, I just came down to inform you that your contingent of 17 Klingon vessels were about 20 minutes out and have requested docking and medical aid. If you don't mind, Ambassador, I'd walk with you.
17? That is all I've left out of 34? Fine. Do as you wish.
If you don't mind me asking, Ambassador, what were 34 Klingon vessels doing out this far from Klingon space?
To put an end to House Lava.
I would think so.
Begging your pardon, Ambassador, didn't you have a truce with them?
Only you had such a truce. I did not. My orders come from the Chancellor.
And what are the Chancellor's orders, Ambassador?
House Dava has disgraced the Klingon Empire when they went into dealings with the Romulans. They are to be brought to justice.
I see.
My son has a lot explaining to do. House Dava numbers should only have been in the, well, handful of ships.
Our latest intelligence would suggest the same number, Ambassador.
34 ships should have been plenty to squash House Dava and bring Vanna to justice. My son's actions are disgraced, not only to the house, but to the Empire.
Sounds to me like he might have faced overwhelming opposition. Perhaps retreating to fight another day was the more prudent course of action.
You will have to explain himself, Commander.
Of course, I'm sure you would want a full debriefing from your son. And of course, a tactical update. And if a rogue Klingon house is operating this close to Deep Space 17, of course Starfleet would be interested in that intelligence too.
Many rogue houses have taken up in this region of space, thinking it is a safe haven for their dishonorable deeds. The Empire takes their stand against these thieves to help to ensure peaceful cooperation with the Federation and the Klingon Empire. And to help stabilize this region of space. I am sorry we are not able to handle this, Commander.
Let's just hear the report before passing judgments, Ambassador.
And as you get to the docking plank and you start seeing essentially the hover beds, like several like Klingons like being rolled out of the docking hatch. Many of them like severely injured as his son slowly steps, off and, Father. What is the meaning of this, Kadra? Apologies, Father. But continuing engagement with House Dava would be a dishonor to House Morokai. What is the meaning of this? Perhaps it's best I show you. And he hands his father a data pad. He looks at the data pad and then throws it down the after just a few minutes of looking at it, and throws it down. Ugh. You're being deceived, son. I will take command of the ships. Even if I have to request reinforcements from the Empire, this will be quelled. Father, it's us who have been deceived. Don't let your foolish pride lead you to Grethor.
What's the tactical situation, Captain?
We are outnumbered, Commander. We thought we were going against at least 17 ships. We faced 60 of them. Only managed to taking out 20. The rest of our ships were lost. Even our boarding parties couldn't fight ghosts, apparently.
Still 60 ships. How did they get 60 ships? The last reports were only a handful.
It appears that Vanna has secured herself a shipyard. The manpower alone, she should not be able to command 60 vessels. You are being deceived, son. You can look over the sensors log yourself, Father. Excuse me, I have my men to tend to. So he just sort of storms off.
Ambassador, if your son is right and he was facing 60 ships, one of two possibilities exist. Either he is absolutely right and there is a shipyard out there, or another Klingon house has joined them.
In either case, I will have to call for reinforcements. Thank you for tending to our wounded. As he kind of grits his teeth and walks back towards his embassy.
Is the data pad still on the floor?
Yes, it's still down the hall, but yes. And there's several Klingons that are just walking by it that are injured or limping, you know.
Vogel's definitely going to pick that up so that she could look at the data herself.
Okay, you pick up the data pad.
And yeah, I'm going to look through it. Potentially transfer it to our computer for deeper analysis.
You looked at it. It looks like it is a recording.
Oh, well, then I'll play the recording.
On the recording is what appears to be a Klingon man standing next to two Romulans. As they're speaking, the Romulans say, "This will be all the information you need," and hands the Klingon a data pad. And the Romulans go, "Once the shipyards are secure, we expect delivery within 6 months." And the Klingon goes, "You will have your ships." And the Klingons depart.
What's the timestamp on this?
Be 1 year, 6 months ago.
Guess this would be for the computer. When was Vanna's house declared rogue?
You'll have to go back to ops or somewhere to get access to the computer.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, look at that information. Reason plus honor command diff 2. Assisted by computers con. Or command.
Take a threat. Ouch.
Well, you have assist from the station.
You said computer.
Command or con. Whichever one. So whichever one you used.
Command is better. And then because it's computers, I have a reroll.
Okay.
Right, technical expertise is just computers and sensors. Awesome. So I'll reroll my complication.
Gain 2 momentum in the process. It was roughly 1 year, and roughly around 1 year, 5 months that her house was essentially banished.
Okay,
And
so I could pretty much assume that this was the act that caused them to become traitors to the Empire. Given that it was a year, 6 months ago.
And on the note, the family shipyards was turned over to House Torga, according to the computer.
What house is that?
A house I made up.
Not any of the ones that are involved, right?
None that are on the station currently.
Okay. And then is Arif still in ops, or is he back in his office?
I'm still in the general ops. Why not?
All right. So yeah, I probably did this in my office just to get a little privacy, but I'll come back out.
All's well with the ambassador, Sarah?
Not really. Apparently, the ambassador was acting on some intelligence about that rogue house they were dealing with a few months ago.
Okay.
It would appear that their intelligence was wrong, and they have close to 60 ships and a possibility of a shipyard to construct these ships.
That's one hell of a wrong answer.
Needless to say, the reason why they're operating with their 34 ships was to finish off this rogue house. Ran into a lot more than they were expecting.
Indeed. What are your thoughts on assigning extra members, both medically and engineering, to get them fixed up double time so they're not hanging around the station too long and, well, maybe attracting notice?
Nothing else, so at least the medical, we should call up who we can.
Indeed. Hey, maybe I'll even pitch in.
Needless to say, if a rogue Klingon house is operating in this space, who's to say they won't start raiding our convoys again?
one issue after the next. Very well. Let's send out and see if we can get any volunteers for at least for extra nurses or whatnot.
I just figure the sooner the Klingons are back on their feet, the sooner they could help with their repairs. So I'd rather focus our resources there.
Officer level thinking.
Because as you can imagine, I'm sure the Klingons are going to want revenge. And the sooner we can get them off the station, the better.
Indeed. I will. I'll call Dr. Mountain and let him know that he's going to have visitors, and why don't you see what you can do about gathering him support?
Aye, sir.
And I'm gonna walk to, um, well, back to the refreshment table wall that apparently I like so much, and just quietly inform Dr. Mountain that he'll have injured.
Pretty sure the doctor might already know, as they're all starting to be wielded.
That's fair.
Oh, I do, yes.
What?
Sorry, to the GM.
Reason, command, difficulty. I do have some threat. Let's make this 3. Yeah, reason, command, diff 3, complication range 2. Assisted by the station's computers command.
Can I use my value information as the key to overcoming any obstacle?
Sure.
It's a diff 3. Take a threat, 1 momentum for an extra dice. Don't think I have a focus. And what did you say the station was?
Computers command. That is 6 success.
6.
So 3 momentum gains.
Wow, I haven't used the termination since August. Oh, that's not good. Vogel will say loudly in ops as she bolts for the turbo lift.
Rather than try to chase her down, Arif's gonna hit his comm badge as she's running and say, Arif to Vogel, what's going on?
Klingon politics, sir.
Am I needed?
I'll let you know.
Fair enough. Should I have security on standby?
If I can't handle the Klingon ambassador, sir, I shouldn't be doing this job.
Yes, ma'am. Arif out.
Yeah, to the ambassador. Oh wait, he probably knows, right?
You could assume so. I mean,
Yeah, we'll go down there anyway.
you enter the essentially embassy, Klingon embassy, and literally like inside like the one room where normally you would see the reception area. Both the ambassador and his son are sort of having an argument to the point where you could tell, you know, blood could be drawn at any moment. Like they may go after each other.
I'm just going to sit in the doorway and observe.
You dishonor us, father. Your friend is a traitor. I have known him for a long time. We served together, fought side by side. And you question his honor, my honor? You have disgraced this house, this empire. Do you intervene?
She'll just kind of give a small little cough, you know, like a.
What is it, Commander Vogel? As the ambassador turns his gaze quickly enough, but then back to his son.
I'm assuming you know who's on the recording.
I am well aware who is on that recording. It's a forgery. Lies and deceit from House Devah.
Are you sure of that, Ambassador?
As I've told my son time and time again, I have fought alongside that man. He is a great warrior. He would not betray the Empire by working with scheming Romulans.
Ambassador, what can we do to put your mind at ease?
There is nothing you can do, Commander Vogel. This is an internal matter.
If you wish it to be so, Ambassador, I will leave you and your son to figure this out. However, we are allies. If there's anything I or the Federation can do to assist you in this,
His son speaks up. Perhaps Commander Vogel here can verify the footage. And if it is a forgery, then I will gladly disavow myself from House Mordecai to answer for my allegations. See the ambassador just kind of snarl a little bit. Fine. If you can prove to me that that footage is unaltered and genuine, then I'll have the general's head on a spike.
It may explain how the Rogue House is getting resources so quickly, if it turns out to be true, of course.
Perhaps. And the ambassador just kind of ignores you and heads into his essentially office. As the Klingon or his son walks past you and stops. For my sake, Commander Vogel, I hope you can prove her allegations.
Some questions, Captain, before I get started. How did you come about this recording?
My ships were badly beaten. Instead of showing killing us in glorious battle, sending us to Stovercore, she offered leniency and sent the recording saying that this battle was honorless and I would not be going to Stovercore. For I am following the orders of a traitor and of being a fool to believe that my quest was genuine.
So you received the recording from your enemy.
And she let us go, Commander. I did not see a bloodlust in her eyes against me. I truly believe she speaks the truth.
And what truth is that? That she was framed?
Yes.
These are some big allegations.
And ones that need proof.
How certain are you, Captain, that these are indeed genuine?
Have you ever looked into the eyes of a warrior, seen your own face looking back at you?
I've seen my share of battle.
Then you know of death.
More than I'd like to know.
I just know she is genuine. Combat told me wise. Excuse me. I must conduct repairs on my ship.
Of course. Well, there's only one person I know who could determine whether this is a forgery or not. Vogel will walk out of the embassy.
Head to Garibaldi.
That would be where I would head, yes.
Where is Garibaldi?
Garibaldi's probably on his ship, which has become his new office. Which, as soon as he gets on it, if he's been off it for any length of time, the first thing he does is sweep it for surveillance devices, and now we've added hologram projectors to that list.
Okay. But yeah, you're going through another sweep of your ship when Vogel steps on board.
Welcome aboard, Sarah.
This is becoming an all too familiar place. We ever thought about fixing her up, making her look better?
No, but I've been thinking about just going ahead and moving here. Here, that are raising the shields and leaving them up all the time. That way I don't have to worry about sweeping her for bugs every time I leave or every time I get back. What brings you to my little corner of the starbase?
And I'll kind of wave a pad. Fun with the Klingons.
Oh, I heard something about them showing up.
Apparently, they engaged in a large battle and got destroyed.
Who they fight?
Oh, what was that house's name?
Dava.
You're gonna have to put that in chat.
And it's that renegade house?
The very same.
Why do the ambassadors' forces get pasted by them? They ain't got a couple of dozen ships?
Used to. Apparently, they had over 60 when the ambassadors' forces engaged.
Huh. Where do they get the manpower for that kind of thing?
That is one of the many mysteries surrounding that engagement. One, how they got so many ships. Two, how they got the crew to man it. And then there's this. And I'll hand Garibaldi the recording.
That's interesting. Wasn't there another Klingon that had his whole family had an issue with becoming traitors to with the Romulans or something?
I think the Klingons and the Romulans have a long, complicated history. They're probably more alike than they care to admit.
Oof! Don't say that around where one of them can hear you.
We're in the perfect place, are we not?
That's true. I mean, I don't think you want the doctor removing a bat'leth from your head.
If I didn't interfere, I feel the ambassador and his son would have come to blows.
I suppose you want me to have a look at this and make sure it's real, right?
Exactly.
All right, let me get to work on that. Hey,
The
hey,
claim is by House de Vorg is that they were framed, and that this is proof of that. Moreover, the ambassador's son placed his life and his honor on it being accurate.
well, Klingons don't do that very lightly.
I know. I think the ambassador would kill his own son if this turns out to be false.
Well, let me have a look. Hey, Klingon battles usually involve a lot of boarding actions. I don't suppose our Klingon guests have any bodies, do they? Of their enemies?
I'm sure I could ask the captain if they were able to capture any.
See if you can get some of the bodies of the enemies to Doctor Mountain. See if the doctor sees any signs of accelerated growth.
What I wouldn't give to see the sensor records of that battle. Maybe another thing I'll ask for.
Yeah. I mean, if we got quick grown people running around, who's to say there aren't fat grown Klingons running around? And Garibaldi says that as he's getting to work, examining the data file for signs of tampering.
What I wouldn't give for a good old fashioned Jem'Hadar raid right about now. As Vogel walks out of the ship.
Well, seems like a good way to get shot. Inside security. Comp 3? Oh, that's what I get for giving the GM.
Boatloads of threat.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to give him a bunch back. I'm going to try this with just the minimum amount of dice. So, a threat and 2 momentum for 2 extra dice. Right. Just out of curiosity, does the little ship that could get an assist?
Computer security.
Look at that, the little ship that could.
Get a momentum back, but you do have a reroll.
Oh yeah, I do. Before I spend that. You're such a generous GM to remind me of these things.
2 momentum gained.
All right, so actually I need to put that one back. 2 more. All right. Which Klingon is killing which Klingon?
I sent you the results.
I see. Garibaldi's going to hit his comm badge. Lieutenant Quinix to Lieutenant Commander Vogel.
Something already.
Yes, you sample you sent me, it's authentic.
Send me the results.
I'll bring it in. I'll hand walk it up to you. I feel like we don't want to put this on the computers at the moment.
Maybe outside the ambassador's quarters.
On my way. And Garibaldi will match actions to word and head that way.
Then on the way, I'll probably call Arif, give him an update.
Doing great. Keep up the good work. Commander level material.
I would probably ask for both of them to be there too.
Absolutely.
What have you found out, Commander?
I'll grab the pad from Garibaldi. Well, Ambassador, Captain, it would appear that this is indeed authentic. Lieutenant Quinix here ran every test imaginable with his background to determine if there are any forgeries in the recording, and he could find none. This is a real recording, Ambassador.
He looks at the information and then sort of kind of like an angry look, shoves the pad in his son's chest and walks off.
Letting out a loud sigh of relief.
As his son looks at the pad, I owe you a debt, Commander Vogel. Thank you.
Think a debt is an understatement. I think I just saved your life, Captain.
And one I will gladly repay in time, but not today.
What's this going to mean for the stability of the Empire?
Civil war.
Couldn't just banish this house like you did the last one?
House Torah is well connected. They have formed many allegiances with other houses. And since they've had the Davah shipyard for quite some time, many vessels of theirs have been produced. Chancellor Martok will have a hard time dealing with this.
Wonder what the Chancellor's gonna do. On the one hand, it would appear by all rights that House Torah are traitors. But if they hold that much sway in the Empire,
It's House Duras all over again.
But wouldn't evidence that they're collaborating with the Romulans bring their house down? Destroy any credibility they have?
destroy any possible alliances?
There has been a growing movement within the Empire of a strategic allegiance with the Romulans, with the threat of the Borg and other hostiles in the Beta Quadrant. Continue cooperation with the Romulans would seem advantageous, just as long as our alliance with the Federation is.
An alliance with the Federation and an alliance with the Romulans seems mutually exclusive. What benefit would it be to the Klingon Empire to risk their relationship with the Federation by aligning with the Romulans?
I am no politician.
Luckily, neither are we. Unless, of course, Garibaldi, you were a politician in some of your past lives.
No. We've avoided that particular career for 8 lifetimes. We'd like to continue that streak. I sure would like to. Captain, I don't know. This probably isn't a delicate question for you, since you're enemies. Were any of your ships boarded by your enemies?
None. But we attempted to board some of theirs. Reports that many of them were fighting endless amounts of phantoms.
What do they mean by phantoms?
Ask the dead.
You got any of your crew or your crews that were over there that made it back that could explain? Could be important, Captain.
I wish I did.
At the very least, Captain, would you mind getting us some sensor logs of your engagements?
All I could tell you, I will pass those along, but those vessels should have been easily took. They were manned by a skeleton crew. Apparently, House Dava has ways to negate our sensor readings. Those more typical Klingon ships we were fighting.
How so?
Vessels as large as, a Vorsha, only being crewed by 5 Klingons, is no easily feat. Yes, 5 Klingons that we detected on some of them.
I don't suppose any of their ships are derelict on the battlefield.
They looked brand new.
No, I mean, did you capture any of the men?
No.
Are there any left that you could salvage?
Did not have time to salvage anything.
For what I understand, the captain here barely escaped with his life and the lives of his surviving ships.
We were told to leave our vessels behind as retribution. And I complied, seeing the evidence before me. The fight was a dishonorable one. And I could only pray that my men went to Silvercore.
You said they fought ghosts. Is that what they said?
They would cut one down and another one would appear. Phantoms. But phantoms real enough to cut you like a tar.
Not phantoms. When you send the sensor logs, Captain, can you send the communication logs as well? I got an idea, Sarah.
Yes, anything you could give us that would help us figure out what's going on here, and if we need to take steps to safeguard our security.
If I'm right, Captain, your men fought honorably. House Devore and House Torah did not. But I want to make sure I'm right before I accuse any Klingon house of such a dishonorable act is what I'm thinking of.
I'll send you what information we have. Excuse me. As he leaves the embassy, go back to his ship.
Vogel Garibaldi could probably start walking out too, out of Klingon earshot.
When you get those logs, Sarah, look for signs of holograms. Phantoms, right? Holograms can adjust their matrix so that weapons could pass through them, right? And yet be solid in a moment later.
This would be some of the most advanced holograms in existence.
I almost got killed one by one before we went to Colothian space.
Once we get the logs, I'll see if I could dig deep into them. Is my area of expertise anyway.
While you're at it, scan the station for unregistered holographic projectors.
What is with you and holograms lately?
Well, you know, you get a little edgy when one tries to kill you. But it fits the theory that fits the facts, maybe. Just wild speculation at the moment.
Well, it can't hurt to look. If nothing else, put your mind at ease.
It would explain the whole phantom comment from the Klingon captain. At first, I was thinking vat-grown Klingons, but now holograms make sense.
Unless he was referring to clones.
That too. That's why I still want the doctor to. Well, they don't have any of the bodies. It's a shame we don't still have a cloaking device on the Ranger. We could just wander out there and have a look.
You want to be thrown in prison again?
I went thrown in prison the first time.
Yeah. I guess you were hiding out in the embassy.
Let me tell you, it was nice down there. He's got a nice facility down there. Good drinks, comfortable beds, good food.
Maybe on my next extended time off, I'll pay it a visit.
You really should. I'm sure. I'm sure there's at least someone down there that would enjoy the company.
How is Faye, by the way? I assume you remain in constant contact?
Yeah, make sure she's safe. She's confused. I'm waiting for her to tell me what she wants to do. I got her exit plan ready, though. Some of my best work, actually.
I would imagine she was never in any real trouble to begin with the whole sneaking off to Coathian space thing.
No, not with that. But just because I killed a hologram of whoever was trying to kill it doesn't mean I killed that person.
Oh, you believe she's still in danger from whoever is behind all this nonsense?
I do.
Well, it's a big galaxy.
Well, let's make it smaller. My latinum's on holograms. I think that one's for you, Vogel.
Think it is too.
Tato, ¿cómo estáis?
What's the difficulty? Take one of those momentums.
Take two, they're small. I'll take one back. I'll take
Need
both.
another one.
Gain 2.
Okay. ¿Cómo va? Feeding you again. You are fat. Yes, I know. Pot, kettle, black. I don't care. You're still fat.
Any questions from the scan?
No, I think that's exactly what we're looking for. Oh, one question. Am I able to determine what materials were used to build the ships? I'm trying to see if maybe the resources were found locally, like in this local cluster of space.
Your superpower is the science officer, right?
Yes. Science officer's too good. Which also turns on studious. Huh. Vogel to Garibaldi.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm assuming we're in different places because I'm looking at the scans. Unless, of course, I'm doing it on the ship.
That depends. Like, it's wherever you want to be.
I'd probably use the station because the computers, I think, are better. So yeah, this would probably be a comm. Well, Garibaldi, I have bad news and I have bad news.
Okay, I'm gonna guess the first piece of bad news was I was wrong, or is the bad news I was right?
That would be bad news if you were right. I definitely detect holographic systems embedded in the entire Klingon vessels. Throughout the entire Klingon ships. It is possible that they are using holographic crew.
Well, the Klingons are gonna love this. But you said there was bad news and bad news.
I dug into the ship's construction that the ambassador's forces were fighting, and it would appear that the alloys used to create the starships were so neatly arranged, it looks like the ships have been replicated.
Do what?
Yeah, it looks like they're printing ships. Which would explain how they were able to field a fleet of 60 ships so quickly.
Where do the Klingons or the Romulans get that kind of technology? We can't replicate. I mean, that'd be the power outage. The power requirements for a replicator like that would be
impossible.
Yeah.
Needless to say, if this technology does exist, we have bigger problems.
If from the scans you have, could you could you tell if the holographic projectors on those Klingon ships, if you had another holographic projector, could you compare the two to see if they came from the same source or of the same design?
Could give it a shot. Keep in mind these were scans taken from battle.
Okay, I'm gonna take a scan. I'm gonna send you a scan here in a little bit. And Gerbil's gonna sign off and run to his quarters and scan that device on his ceiling and send this copy of the scan to Vogel.
You mean you didn't blow the thing up?
No, not yet.
Two momentum.
Let's see. I got your data. Let me cross reference. Oh. Oh no.
What is it, Sarah?
More bad news?
Huh. Tell me.
They are of similar design. Moreover, they appear to be based off of Federation designs. The one you have is older. By at least a technological generation or two. But there's no doubt they're similar.
All right, that's bad news. Hey, why don't you and Arif come over for dinner on the ship tonight?
I would imagine we have a lot to discuss.
Yes. And then Garibaldi's going to disconnect the device from his ceiling and replicate a Faraday cage and stick the device in it. Then you go back to a ship and sweep it again for listening devices and holographic projectors.
There's no roll
So-
for it, but your ship's clean and you pull you disconnect that device and stick it into a Faraday cage.
It's only paranoia if they're not out to get you. Then when we sit down for dinner, just because again, it's only paranoia if they're not out to get you. Garibaldi will use his intelligence officer special power to have a white noise generator, so you can be darn sure nobody is overhearing their conversation.
Love it. Should have just made the dome of silence I asked for.
Okay, so I'd been debating since last night how much of this to tell you guys until I got your information, Sarah. And Garibaldi will shove the Faraday cage with the emitter, put it on the table. That was on the ceiling of my quarters.
It would appear you're holding back a lot, Lieutenant.
New friends?
New information, anyway. So, a holographic image from that device was in my quarters last night. Whoever the man was gave me this pad. Garibaldi will hand them a pad. And handing the pad, I'm just gonna, if it, unless the GM objects, I'm just gonna copy and paste that message into the chat.
It's fine.
You remember about that time that Dr. Mountain was a little squirrely with that Borg research?
I do.
That woman was on DS-17. The doctor asked me to look into her, and I couldn't find anything about her. And somehow she's managed to erase all the records and sensor data of her being on the station live.
I don't like this, GQ.
Using advanced Dominion and Borg technologies, recovered and reversed engineered.
I got a feeling that that's what this woman had Dr. Mountain working on without telling him. That's my guess.
Would also explain you mentioning that Borg cube recently.
He's not gonna like this.
When I saw that name on the pad, I looked back at my old personal logs because the name just struck me as familiar, and that's when I remembered that the doctor had asked me to look into this woman. He didn't explain why, but it was around the time he got all squirrely. You remember that?
I do. I'm guessing you weren't able to find anything on her.
It was like it was like she was a ghost in the station.
Do you think there's a chance, given how you were contacted, she might have simply been photonic?
Maybe. That was the reason for the weird request, Sarah, about scanning the station for those things. I mean, here it is in my logs. I remember I even wrote an algorithm in the station security system to track this woman's location wherever she went. But unless she was standing, what I wrote in my log was that unless she was standing right next to Mr. Mountain, she avoided all of our security systems. I even tried when Mountain told me she was leaving the station. I ordered a lockdown, and she was able to leave anyway. Never saw any evidence. Couldn't find any evidence of her.
So you think this Dr. Satre It's a hologram?
That's a little bit of a stretch, but she was here. Either in holographic form or for real.
Well, if it's not a hologram, she's a damn good secret agent, I guess.
Uh-huh.
Interesting, that's for sure.
By the way, the guy who visited me last night implied he was responsible for having the ranger documents, having the ranger files classified.
Did he, by any chance, happen to tell you if he did it for us or for him?
I don't know. He claimed that he's helping us. Of course, he told me if I showed this to anybody, he'd stop. But after Commander Vogel found evidence of those holographic emitters on the Klingon vessels and matched the signature to the one that was on my ceiling, I figured it was worth the risk of finding out that I told you. Now I trust him anyway.
Agreed, and unless you have any ideas, Sarah, I'm comfortable sitting on this and pretending you didn't say anything.
Well, there is another situation. It involves the Klingons. In addition to potentially starting a new Klingon civil war, it would also appear that the Klingons may have technology that allows them to replicate ships, fully functional warships. As if we were to go up to a standard replicator and ask for a cup of tea, they could potentially do that with starships.
That is upsetting.
Starships with holographic crew.
Just as potent.
And it appears that Starfleet may or may not be involved somehow. Or at the very least, someone within Starfleet is giving information to potentially dangerous people.
The gentleman that talked to me last night was no Klingon. Of course, it's a hologram, so it could have been anybody.
Well, do you think these two issues are related?
I
think,
hope they're isolated, but the more I look at this, it can't be a coincidence at this point.
well, there's no way that this is just a mere coincidence with the similarities between these two holographic projectors. I just gotta figure out who benefits. I mean, because if the Klingons go into a civil war again, that destabilizes the quadrant. Other than the Romulans, who benefits? Especially if the Klingons go to civil war and ally with the Klingons. I mean, do we really want another Klingon Romulan alliance in here?
Not especially, but the Tholians benefit, the Breen benefit, the Ferengi benefit. There's certainly out there that would like to see this, but I don't see how the Federation benefits.
I don't either. What worries me is Bay is proof of concept for this Janus proposal.
Well, which means it's in the works and in development.
Do
What
we
if-
know for sure that she was indeed created using this method?
No, but it's in a reasonable leap of logic. Maybe an early prototype? No, wait a minute. Something she said. If I remember correctly, she said something about the genetic abnormalities were one of the ways that they controlled her. That they gave her the medicine that kept the lungs and the heart that the doctor had to replace, kept them going. I mean, but think about it. Federation creates disposable people or can quick grow people, program them with whatever skills they want, like they did with Faye, and then control their loyalty through medication, like Ketracel White and the Jemadar.
And if you don't comply, we just withhold your medicine and you slowly and painfully die.
And
But-
as they would have if the doctor hadn't come to the rescue.
But that kind of there's no way, and with Earth's history with eugenics wars and that whole incident with Khan and Kirk, there's no way a project like that gets greenlit unless there's a severe threat to the Federation, like a Klingon civil war or a Klingon Romulan alliance. Now you have something scary enough to pull a project like this out and say, here, look at this, and we can replace our losses.
It.
And
It's-
no offense, Sarah, but your planet's got a lot of a pretty good history of taking extreme reactions to fear.
Ain't that the truth? No offense, of course.
And Earth
mean,
does
just-
drive the Federation.
Just look at recent history. Look at the hysteria that was caused when the Breen attacked Starfleet headquarters.
Well, if nothing else, your species is still young. You'll hopefully evolve.
Trick is, how do we figure out who's behind this in Starfleet?
What about the person that gave you this in the first place?
Never seen him before. He's dressed all in black, like we wear on covert missions. He certainly has certainly hinted several times that him and I are in the same business.
That's not unsettling in any way.
Yeah.
Is he better than you?
Maybe. But really, who's better than me? Worst spy in the Federation.
Point taken.
This is all quite upsetting. If he makes contact again, I would certainly do all you can to try to get a feel for how legitimate he is.
Are you suggesting I reinstall the holo emitter in my quarters?
Well, something tells me if he wants to make contact with you, he'll just do it, but that might make it easier.
Well, certainly would let me control where he contacts me at.
Well, that's fair. Just don't set it up on this ship.
As
Oh,
much as
no.
I hate to say it, this might be our only contact into what could possibly be going on. I mean, do we even have any idea who might be behind this?
Well, not for nothing, but if if the events in Kulathian space are somehow connected, that would place the Artemis um, in the spotlight.
I'm gonna say is this guy asked me 2 or 3 times how far I was willing to go with this investigation. I mean, I'm probably being manipulated, but what if this guy's on the up and up? What if what if he gave me this information because he's on our side?
Well,
Just look at what they can do with this. A single person or a group of people could literally have an entire army at their disposal.
Well, I did tell him that I was going to find the truth behind this and drag it screaming into the light, and he didn't kill me.
yet.
Well, if I show up dead tomorrow, we'll know that he's not on our side.
A fair point.
I will trust you to avenge me in the most. Well, no, not you, Sarah. I will trust you to avenge me because Arif, you'll just buy him muffins,
No,
but they'll
of
be
course
but they'll
not.
be stale. So
Listen, everyone will know this tale of GQ for the next several thousand years. Eventually, it'll get old, but
If this Project Janus is as big a threat to the Federation as it looks like, we got to follow every lead we can. And if you're able to get information out of anybody, I think that's what we need. We need information. We need to figure out what's going on. We need to start connecting the dots.
well, 3 avenues I can go. One or all of them. Which one I'd love to hear you guys' thoughts on this. Remember, we're spying Starfleet here. I reinstall this hollow emitter like Arif suggested and stay in contact with, let's call him Mr. Irrelevant. Idea 2 is go ahead and go forward with my plan to try to track communication with let the doctor try to reestablish contact with Sartre's people and try to track the communication. Maybe set up a trace before he calls them or something. And the third idea is just to shake the tree. I just go back to my superiors in Starfleet intelligence and I don't know. I thought I'd call my supervisor there and say something like, "I had this thing come across my desk because a doctor on the station was following up on one of his patients. It was supposed to be in New Zealand, and he's not there. I wonder if you guys have heard anything. Shake the tree, see if something falls out."
I'm not exactly sure that is the best idea. We don't know how deep this possibly goes.
I can't disagree with that. I would say that is probably a good fallback idea.
I think if nothing else, we shake the tree, but I think we have 2 perfectly good avenues here.
I just feel more comfortable putting myself out for bait rather than opposed to sticking the doctor out there.
If the doctor has the possibility to talk with this Dr. Sartre, how do you say that last name, Prex?
Sartre.
Sartre?
It's Sartre. It's French. So
If the doctor is able to get in contact with this Dr. Sartre, I think we got to take it. Her name is all over this research. And if your contact from last night is able to offer anything else, I think we got to take that too. In case the thing with the doctor doesn't work, in case they see through it.
So we do both.
I think so.
Indeed.
I think we're agreed then.
And let me run something by you guys while you're doing that. Do you think it makes sense for me to talk to the ambassador and try to gleam a little bit more into why the Federation might be running around in Galathian space?
I think if he knows anything, it might be another piece to this grand puzzle we're trying to build.
I think Admiral Kesson is more likely to have the answer to that question than the ambassador, though.
That's fair, but I think the ambassador likes me more than the admiral does.
However, if your contact knew about this, maybe they also know about the other mission into Galathian space. Were we calling him Mr. Irrelevant?
Mr. Irrelevant. Well, I asked him his name. He told me it was irrelevant. Now he's Mr. Irrelevant.
At least it's better than calling him your contact.
It's got a nice ring to it, Mr. Irrelevant. Maybe next time I'll call him Mr. Cellophane. I mean, if he's a hologram, I could walk right through him.
So the next question is, how do the Klingons fit into all of this? Clearly, they got the tech from somewhere.
Well, if my guess is if we're dabbling in Borg technology in the medical avenue, we're probably dabbling in the technology avenue as well. That could explain some of it.
I don't, it just worries me that if any civilization, any empire is able to just print ships and crew them with holograms, they can quickly overwhelm the entire galaxy.
Yeah, we definitely need to take that over. I mean, make it non-functional. Or at least get more information on it.
Well, first we have to confirm if such a thing even exists. Unfortunately, the Klingons' information is limited.
It does seem a gigantic leap, and what is it, 60 ships? If it were that easy, my guess would be that there would be more.
Unless, of course, this is something they came by recently.
Um, that is more troubling. Uh, three officers. Which one of this? Nice,
Vogel.
nice way to block communications, GQ.
Vogel would step outside of the ship to take this. This is Vogel.
Um, Commander Vogel, it's oh, I'm forgetting his name.
Burke?
It's
Or Dave.
Commander Apizzo, JAG officer. We had
Oh.
a date tonight, a little late. We need to reschedule.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. Something rather important duty wise came up. I couldn't get away. Rain check?
Sure. Apizzo out.
Ed Vogel walk back in.
Problem, Vogel?
No. The remember that prosecutor who tried to throw us all in prison?
I'm gonna try to throw you all in prison.
I was pretty calm throughout the entire ordeal.
As an apology, he's trying to take me out to dinner.
Was he cute?
I guess in a way.
Oh, well, this can wait. If you'd like to, you work hard around here. You might as well have a night off.
He was just doing his job.
So he says.
I mean, we stole a starship.
We didn't steal it.
We violated Treaty of Algernon. Probably
That-
violated Prime Directive.
All I remember is sitting there with a defense attorney and him coming back and saying that the prosecutor would not budge on plea deals.
Oh, I mean, that's his job too.
Let's just say it's not the best first impression.
Well, that's why you give someone a second impression, and that way you might be able to determine a little bit better if he is friend or foe. Because, well, quite frankly, given all the other givens, we could use as many random friends as we could get.
I don't know. I'll think about it.
At the very least, make him take you to the most expensive restaurant in the station.
That's what I told Burke I would do. I would at least make him pay. That's the least he could do is buy me dinner.
Yeah, but don't use the most expensive. Not only is that like the 8th best restaurant at the station, but unnecessary.
And order dessert to go. I want the tiramisu.
Make that too, actually.
How are you both getting all this platinum to afford this? That's what I want to know. How are you doing this on Starfleet salaries?
He's a lawyer. Lawyers got money, right?
It would appear that both of you know very much about this restaurant.
Well, Sarah, I've been around for a long time. The interest alone.
Yeah, what he said. I'm a good Dabo player.
Well, I'm sorry. Some of us try to earn our money
Well, we did just a long time ago.
Wait, are you saying playing Dabo is not a legitimate way to earn money?
Don't you lose more than you win?
Only when I'm trying to set up a contact, and then I can write those losses off on my expense report.
I shop and surf for discounts.
Except when it comes to buying rugs.
Well, that's the important thing, and I'll have you know I got that at a really good price. It was the shipping that was the arm and the leg.
They do get you on the shipping and handling.
Terrible. It's more. There was like 4 times the rug.
All right. Well, I think we got a plan for the future.
Indeed. Uh,
Yeah, go have your date with the cute lawyer at the expensive restaurant. Remember tiramisu.
3.
I mean, I work for Starfleet. It's not like I'm gonna be able to afford to buy it on my own. Arif doesn't pay me enough.
You know what, GQ? I'll buy you. We'll go and get some tiramisu to go, and I'll pick up the tab. Uh, after, I suppose I should inform Admiral Keller about the, well, large group of Klingon ships.
Invite him to your tiramisu run.
Oh boy. Uh, you know what? That's a good idea. Uh, GQ, wanna keep me company for this one?
Oh, sure. Besides, you promised me tiramisu, so
um,
you shouldn't have any because getting a little thick around there again. It's all those muffins.
me too will leave the ship before calling the Admiral. Um, Arif to Admiral Keller.
Commander Arif, surprised you're still on duty. How are things with the Klingons?
Uh, actually, why I'm calling you, Admiral. Well, long story short, we're taking on some wounded Klingons and some wounded Klingon ships. We're gonna do what we can to get them uh, in ship shape and shipped out. But, well, if you want the longer conversation, I was hoping I could meet you at top of the station, and well, I was about to get dessert before going off shift.
Sorry, what place you want to meet him at?
Whatever the fancy place that
The
GQ
Diplomat's
was at.
Restaurant. It's the name of it's actually the name of the restaurant, but it's the Diplomat's Restaurant.
Oh, okay. The Diplomat's Restaurant. I'm sorry.
Very well. I'll see you there.
Excellent, Admiral. And I'll click off the comm badge. Look at GQ and say, I really didn't think he was gonna say yes to that.
You offered to take him to the best restaurant in the station. Of course, he said yes. He'll probably ask you how you can afford it.
Just so you know, the Diplomat's Restaurant, it's a restaurant that serves cuisine throughout all of Federation, like different varieties of food from throughout Federation space. Hence the name.
Does it have tiramisu?
Probably.
Noodles.
Yes. Alright, then our time is not wasted. I hope to see Sarah there, and we are off to see the Admiral.
Depends if Vogel's going to contact him. Or
Oh, who am I contacting?
the JAG officer that asked you out on a date.
Yeah, probably.
Commander Vogel, I wasn't expecting you to get back in touch with me so quickly.
Yeah, I just finished up for the day and realized I haven't eaten all day.
Well, I just left the restaurant. You can go anywhere you want. My treat.
Well, the commander recommends the tiramisu at the Diplomat's restaurant.
I'll try and get a table.
Meet you there.
I think we'll close this session out at that point since it is getting extremely late.
Yeah, especially for you guys. It's late for me.
I mean, all of us are on Central except for Arif. But anyway, we're going to close out today and continue this next session.